I see I've been speaking without the mic on, and I've been doing these webinars for a number of months now, and I still make this mistake. Greetings from the ILO headquarters in Geneva. My name is Vic van Vuren, the Director of the Enterprise Department in the ILO, and we welcome all of you on this online celebration of the centennial of the establishment of the ILO Cooperative Unit. Many thanks for joining us through Zoom and through live stream via YouTube. We have over 500 people on Zoom, and the number keeps increasing, and we've got an equal amount of people on YouTube. The entire cosmos is a cooperative. The sun, the moon, and the stars live together as a cooperative. The same is true for humans, animals, and trees, and the earth. And when we realize that the world is a mutual, interdependent, cooperative enterprise, then we can build a noble environment. If our lives are not based on this truth, then we shall perish. That's a quote from Buddhadasa. And I'd like to carry on by saying we've got an exciting 2 days planned for you. And you'll be able to follow us in English, French, and Spanish. So please look at the button that you need to click for the correct interpretation that suits your needs. Before I tell you more about what we have in store for the coming 2 days, I'd like to open the session by listening to 2 videos. The one is our Director General of the ILO, Mr. Guy Ryder, who will make his opening remarks on this historic occasion. And his message will be followed by the President of the International Cooperative Alliance, who we've worked very closely with over the 100 years. And that will be the President, Mr. Oriol Guarco. So let's kick off by listening to our Director General, Mr. Guy Ryder. And after that, I will come back and take the floor. We're just getting the video sorted out. It came through without some sound, so apologies for that glitch. We will try again.
It is my great pleasure to open this virtual symposium that marks the 100th anniversary of the ILO's Cooperatives Unit and 100 years of ILO cooperative action. As at the founding of the ILO, the challenging times of today call for solidarity in responding to the crisis, building resilience and building back better. In troubled times, the value of cooperation and mutualism is all the more recognized. The 340th session of the ILO's governing body recently concluded, having met virtually for the very first time in its 101-year history. And very early in that history, in fact at the second session of the ILO governing body, that was in January 1920, the Director General, the first Director General of the ILO, Albert Thomas, himself a cooperator, proposed the establishment of a section of cooperation. He said that the ILO should not only concern itself with conditions of work, but also with the conditions of the workers. And he observed, and I quote, "It is in the form of cooperation that this idea is best demonstrated." And he added that cooperation already constitutes an important international movement with which the office must concern itself in its own interests. His proposal was adopted unanimously by the governing body in March 1920. Since then, this area of work has had a distinctive place in the life of the organization, benefiting from considerable support from the ILO's tripartite constituents. The ILO and the international cooperative movement have enjoyed a close, century-long, valued partnership. The ILO has taken the lead on promoting cooperatives within the United Nations, including through the Committee for the Promotion and Advancement of Cooperatives and in the UN Task Force on the Social and Solidarity Economy. Our work continues to adapt to changing times and to changing circumstances. Today, in the face of great uncertainty and transition, cooperatives and the wider social and solidarity economy can play a transformative, a vital role. For example, they can contribute to formalizing the informal economy and improving rural livelihoods. They can develop innovative responses in the platform economy, in restructuring failing enterprises, and in building community resilience in the face of the pandemic. Now, during the next 2 days, you will be reflecting on the contribution that cooperatives and the wider social and solidarity economy can make to achieving a future that is more just and more sustainable, combining economic goals with considerations of human dignity, equity, and social protection. And in so doing, you will be helping to ensure that cooperative action will feature centrally in shaping the human-centered approach to the future of work that is called for in the ILO's Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work. So thank you for joining us to mark the centenary of the ILO's Cooperative Unit and our cooperative action, and my best wishes for the success of your work.
Thank you to our Director General, Mr. Guy Ryder. Yes, indeed, as we noted in the words of Albert Thomas, cooperation already constitutes an important international movement with which the office must concern itself in its own interests. That has indeed been the case across this past century, during which the ILO and the international cooperative movement enjoyed a very close partnership. We now listen to the video message of the ICA President, Mr. Ariel Guarco, celebrating the ILO on this occasion. Thank you very much to Mr. Guarco.
Amigos y amigas de la Organización Internacional del Trabajo, quiero agradecerles profundamente que me hayan invitado a compartir con ustedes esta jornada tan especial. Los 100 años de la unidad de cooperativas son un hito que también valoramos y celebramos desde la Alianza Cooperativa Internacional. Esta instancia dedicada a las cooperativas ha sido impulsada en el seno de la OIT por un cooperativista que todos ustedes conocen muy bien. Albert Thomas, su primer director general, entendió tempranamente la necesidad de abordar de manera conjunta, a escala global, la construcción de un mundo con trabajo decente y justicia social. Fue Albert Thomas también quien valoró el aporte de las cooperativas para mejorar las condiciones de vida de los trabajadores en un contexto en el cual era vital que hubiera sociedades más justas para afianzar la paz en el mundo. 100 años después, estos y otros desafíos siguen vigentes y requieren que fortalezcamos este vínculo. Por eso destaco el memorando de entendimiento que firmé el año pasado con su actual director general, Guy Ryder. Allí nos comprometimos a caminar juntos hacia un futuro del trabajo que incorpore los valores y principios cooperativos y que no deje a nadie atrás. Las cooperativas también hemos visto nuestras propuestas, visiones e inquietudes representadas en la Declaración para el Futuro del Trabajo, dada a conocer el año pasado en ocasión del centenario de vuestra organización. Otro hecho de gran relevancia para nosotros es que la identidad cooperativa está consagrada en la Recomendación 193 de la OIT. Lo hemos recordado este año al celebrar los 25 años de nuestra Declaración de Identidad Cooperativa, como la primera vez que los estándares cooperativos internacionales fueron consagrados en detalle en un texto oficial de una organización del Sistema de Naciones Unidas. En esa recomendación, así como en otras declaraciones institucionales de la OIT y en consideraciones que oportunamente ha expresado su director general, sentimos que nuestra identidad no solo es comprendida, sino que es señalada como pilar fundamental para lograr avances hacia un mundo con trabajo decente y con justicia social. Esta recomendación, por otro lado, es un instrumento fundamental para fortalecer la posición de las cooperativas en su diálogo con los gobiernos, con las organizaciones de los empleadores y con las organizaciones de los trabajadores. Quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para contarles que en este contexto tan complejo que el mundo está atravesando, las cooperativas estamos decididos a profundizar nuestra identidad. Sabemos que formamos una red global de más de 3 millones de empresas, con raíces en los territorios, de gestión democrática, orientadas al bien común y con gran resiliencia ante las crisis. Pero también sabemos que no podemos resolver solos los complejos desafíos que tenemos por delante. Por eso, para nosotros es sumamente importante el vínculo con la OIT, única parte del sistema de Naciones Unidas con un mandato explícito sobre las cooperativas y en la cual nuestra voz es siempre escuchada. Este simposio, organizado por la Unidad de Cooperativas, es una muy buena oportunidad para afianzar el paradigma cooperativo a escala global. Sin el aporte de las cooperativas y todos los modelos de la economía social y solidaria, no podremos salir adelante de estas crisis. Al menos no podremos hacerlo mejor de cómo ingresamos a ella. Agradezco nuevamente que me hayan permitido compartir estas palabras con ustedes. Les deseo 2 jornadas de excelente trabajo y les envío a la distancia un fuerte abrazo cooperativo.
Thank you, Mr. Guarco. We thank him for his kind words. And on this occasion, we would like to extend to him and the international cooperative movement our deepest condolences for the recent passing away of the 11th president of the ICA, Mr. Lars Marcus, who was a great friend to the ILO. Looking ahead in the coming 2 days, we will reflect on the past, the present, and the future of the cooperating for social justice and decent work. The program for today includes 4 thematic sessions on the prospects for social and solidarity economy, cooperative legislation and policy, cooperation in context and statistics. We close the day by launching 2 publications, one on statistics of cooperatives and the other a retrospective issue of the annals of the public, social and cooperative economics to celebrate the ILO Co-op Centennial. Tomorrow's 4 thematic sessions range from platform cooperatives and quantitative studies on cooperatives to historical accounts of cooperative development and cooperatives and sustainability. And then we'll end the day and this symposium with some closing remarks. I want to remind you that to share news of the ILO Co-op 100 Symposium on social media, do not forget to use the hashtag ILO Co-op and the ILO Co-op 100 as hashtags. You know, before I hand over to the next session, we're living in turbulent times, and I suppose it goes from year to year with new challenges, and at the moment we sit with the pandemic amidst us. But with or without the pandemic, we've been facing a social deficit for many years, and hence we have the Sustainable Development Goals to lead and guide us. The cooperative movement brings a value proposition that the world is hungering for. And we need to realize that the platform that we're going to talk about for the next 2 days is extremely valuable to bring about a striving and achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we need to reflect as we go through these sessions the importance of what we're talking about and to include into future generations the successes of what has been achieved, what we're doing today, and what can be achieved. I would now like to hand over the floor to the first panel, which will be chaired by my ex-colleague, Jürgen Schwettmann, and also and still a good friend of the ILO and a friend of mine. And we look forward to the sessions as we go through the day. So Jürgen, it's over to you to take us through the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vic, and good morning to everyone, or good evening, wherever you are listening to us from. Yes, my name is Jürgen Schwettmann, and I am, as Vic mentioned, the former ILO staff member, including from 2001 to 2006, the head of the unit whose 100th anniversary we are celebrating today. I feel quite honored to have been invited to chair the first session of our symposium. And I'm particularly happy that I'm chairing the session on the prospects of the social and solidarity economy, because I am personally convinced that the social and solidarity economy plays a very important role in formalizing informal economy work and operations. As you may know, the ILO estimates that over half of the global workforce works in the informal economy. And in some parts of the world, Southeast Asia or Sub-Saharan Africa, that proportion may reach up to 85%. In all parts of the world, the social and solidarity economy actors are organized in associations, in groups, in mutual benefit societies, and of course in cooperatives. And without these organizations, they would hardly be able to survive. And that's why the subject of today, the prospect of the social and solidarity economy, seems to be of such great importance. We have 4 speakers today. I would just like to remind a few technical details. We have 4 speakers. Each speaker will have 15 minutes, and I will act as a timekeeper. That will be followed by 15 minutes of discussion. You may submit your questions through Zoom or through YouTube with the hashtags that Vic just mentioned. The total session will be 75 minutes, and after each intervention, I will make a brief summary. Our first speaker is Mr. Karim Toumi from Tunisia. Karim is the Chief Technical Advisor of two large social and solidarity economy projects in Tunisia, and he will talk about the experience of SSE in Tunisia and how we came to having a law on SSE in Tunisia. Karim, the floor is yours.
Bonjour. Est-ce que vous arrivez à m'entendre? Est-ce que c'est mieux maintenant le son? D'accord, donc je vais essayer de crier, voilà. Donc, je vais commencer par remercier l'ILO pour cette aimable invitation. Et je suis vraiment honoré de faire partie des panélistes de cette session. Et je pense que c'est une opportunité importante pour nous pour présenter l'expérience tunisienne en matière d'économie sociale et solidaire. Donc, une expérience à la fois ancienne et récente, et expérience très, très intéressante au regard du contexte dans lequel Next slide.
We are having a problem with the sound. Please bear with us.
D'accord. Est-ce que c'est mieux maintenant?
Yes, now we hear you. Please go ahead, Karim. Thank you.
D'accord. Donc,
it's a little bit faint still, but we hear you.
D'accord, très bien. Donc, si vous pouvez avancer sur le slide, s'il vous plaît. Voilà, exactement. Donc, comme vous le savez, et et c'est le cas de tous les pays, le monde du travail en Tunisie également est en train de se reconfigurer et subir des effets transformatifs liés au changement économique, aux transformations technologiques, aux évolutions démographiques et également donc au changement climatique qui ont eu des effets perturbateurs et transformateurs sur le monde du travail. Donc, par rapport au changement économique, et depuis 2011, donc depuis la révolution tunisienne, les taux de croissance sont en état de stagnation, voire de récession également. Et les taux d'inflation sont de plus en plus élevés. Et les ressources publiques se dégradent et l'État éprouve des difficultés pour répondre aux demandes additionnelles d'emploi et pour garantir un emploi décent. Et pour assurer la qualité également des services publics tels que la sécurité sociale, la santé, le transport et l'enseignement. Par rapport aux transformations technologiques, l'intelligence artificielle, l'automatisation et la robotique détruisent d'anciens emplois et en créent de nouveaux. Et de nombreux emplois sont automatisés, mais aussi de nouveaux emplois apparaissent grâce aux innovations technologiques. Et les compétences d'aujourd'hui qui sont actuelles ne correspondront plus aux emplois de demain. Et même les nouvelles compétences acquises pourraient rapidement être obsolètes. Par rapport aux évolutions démographiques, et donc nous avons une société qui est jeune, et donc ce nombre croissant de jeunes impose à l'État de créer de nouveaux emplois aux nouvelles générations qui entrent sur le marché du travail, mais également mettre beaucoup de pression pour assurer les droits fondamentaux des personnes âgées. Et donc, nous avons un grand problème par rapport aux caisses sociales. En plus de cette évolution démographique, aussi, nous avons un phénomène de migration, puisque la Tunisie, également, qui a été pendant un certain temps un pays de transition vers l'Europe, est devenu maintenant même un pays de destination. Les changements environnementaux qui touchent aussi tout le monde, nous avons aussi le souci d'affronter les changements climatiques et de protéger l'environnement et transformer les anciens emplois et les détruire ou bien qui vont le détruire et faire apparaître de nouveaux emplois, comme par exemple ceux liés aux emplois verts et les énergies renouvelables. Donc, en plus de ces facteurs de changement, nous avons également d'autres facteurs, puisque donc nous, suite à la révolution, nous sommes en phase de transition politique et économique. Et donc, si on est bien avancé par rapport à la transition politique, avec la mise en place d'un état de droit et les principes démocratiques. Sur le plan économique, donc, la révolution a mis un peu à nu un modèle de développement économique qui est obsolète. Et donc, on est en face de beaucoup de problèmes sur le plan économique. Les dossiers économiques n'arrivent pas à redémarrer, n'arrivent pas à créer suffisamment d'emplois, à créer de la valeur ajoutée. Mais également, cette transition aussi économique nous a donné un peu l'occasion pour repenser le modèle économique vers un modèle plus inclusif et plus durable. Nous avons également entamé depuis 2 ans un processus très important pour nous, c'est le processus de décentralisation. Avec nous avons réalisé notre code de collectivité locale et donc ce code aussi, il a l'avantage d'intégrer aussi un volet sur l'économie sociale et solidaire. Et donc, c'est une grande opportunité aussi puisqu'on sait que l'économie sociale et solidaire, donc, elle est une économie de proximité et donc elle devrait être ancrée sur le plan territorial. Next slide, please. Et donc, en plus, bien sûr, de ces facteurs de changement, nous subissons, comme tout le monde, donc, la pandémie de Covid-19 qui a eu un impact très dévastateur sur les entreprises, sur les emplois et même sur les populations. Et donc, tous ces facteurs nous poussent à mettre en place un modèle économique plus innovant, plus humain, et plus inclusif, plus durable. Next slide, please. Et donc, juste un petit aperçu historique. par rapport à l'évolution de l'économie sociale et solidaire en Tunisie. Et donc, en 1960, c'est-à-dire le lendemain de l'indépendance, le gouvernement a décidé donc de lancer une expérience coopérative en Tunisie. Malheureusement, 9 ans plus tard, le gouvernement a été obligé de stopper cette expérience parce qu'il a eu des divergences, il a eu non-respect et une mauvaise gouvernance de l'expérience. Donc, plusieurs principes universels du monde coopératif n'ont pas été respectés. Les petits agriculteurs ont été obligés de mettre en commun donc leurs moyens de travail, de production. Donc, ils ont été dépossédés. Et puis, donc, ça a créé un mouvement de contestation. Et donc, le gouvernement a décidé de stopper cette expérience pour calmer un peu les esprits. Et depuis, donc, on n'a plus entendu parler du mouvement coopératif. Et même, donc, le terme lui-même, il a été un peu... on essaye de l'éviter dans les discours officiels. Et c'est seulement plus que 30 ans plus tard, en 2013, qu'il y a un regain d'intérêt pour un concept plus large du mouvement coopératif, c'est le concept de l'économie sociale et solidaire. Et donc, ça a été porté par la société civile avec l'organisation du Forum méditerranéen MEDES de l'économie sociale et solidaire. Et donc, depuis, il y a des initiatives et des actions qui œuvrent à promouvoir l'économie sociale et solidaire en Tunisie. Depuis 2011 également, et après la révolution et après la transformation du régime politique, il y a une nouvelle culture qui s'est installée, qui a été accompagnée par l'ILO, c'est celui du dialogue social. Donc, tous les dossiers nationaux, maintenant, font objet d'un dialogue et de concertation entre le gouvernement, entre les partenaires sociaux et la société civile. Et donc, en 2015, après un long parcours donc, de dialogue social, on a signé le contrat social entre le gouvernement et entre les partenaires sociaux. Et pourquoi donc je cite le contrat social? Parce que c'est le premier document officiel qui mentionne l'économie sociale et solidaire en tant qu'axe sur lequel on devrait travailler pour mettre en place un nouveau modèle économique et social. En 2015, et également donc, grâce à l'appui de l'ILO, on a organisé la première conférence tripartite de haut niveau sur l'économie sociale et solidaire. Et c'était le premier engagement du gouvernement pour développer et structurer le secteur de l'ESS. Et ça a été traduit l'année suivante, en 2016, par l'intégration de l'ESS dans le plan quinquennal 2016-2020. Donc, tout un chapitre a été intégré dans le plan de développement économique et social de la Tunisie. En 2017 aussi, c'est une date aussi très importante puisque ça correspond à la présentation des résultats de l'étude stratégique qui a été réalisée par le ministère du Développement avec l'appui de PNUD. Et donc, cette étude c'était une occasion pour faire un état des lieux exhaustif de l'économie sociale et solidaire sur le volet politique, institutionnel, réglementaire et juridique. Et ça a comporté un ensemble de recommandations pour développer le secteur en Tunisie.
Karim, pardon, je dois intervenir parce qu'il ne reste que quelques minutes pour ta présentation.
D'accord, je m'excuse. Donc, le slide présent. D'accord, donc ça, c'est un peu les obstacles donc, qui sont communs à tous les pays donc, pour développer l'économie sociale solidaire par rapport au concept, par rapport au cadre juridique, par rapport aussi à l'absence de mécanisme de financement et d'accompagnement, aussi absence de structure fédératrice. Donc, l'objectif était pour nous de mettre en place un écosystème favorable à l'économie sociale et solidaire. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Et donc, par rapport donc, à cet effort de mise en place de l'écosystème, donc, je peux citer les principaux chantiers qui ont été lancés. Le cadre juridique avec l'adoption de la loi sur l'ECS en 2020, l'intégration de l'ESS dans le plan de développement, la création d'unités administratives et de commissions dédiées à l'ESS, également le développement de nouveaux mécanismes de financement, la production de connaissances, donc plusieurs études ont été réalisées pour justement avoir plus de connaissances sur le secteur. Également, et c'est très important, un projet de compte satellite a été donc développé afin d'avoir plus de données fiables sur l'économie solidaire et bien sûr donc nos communications afin de changer les perceptions et par rapport aussi donc au lourd héritage de l'expérience coopérative tunisienne. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Et donc, principaux documents de référence sur l'économie solidaire qui ont été élaborés sur la base d'un dialogue social. Nous avons le contrat social, les déclarations issues de la conférence nationale tripartite sur l'ESS, le plan quinquennal, le dialogue national sur l'emploi, la feuille de route de cartage, l'étude stratégique, le programme pays pour le travail décent de l'ILO et également donc, la stratégie de l'autonomisation de la femme rurale qui se base et un des piliers donc, de cette stratégie, c'est l'économie solidaire pour les femmes. Slide suivant. Et donc, principale limite, donc avec un peu de recul, donc j'ai constaté que malgré tous les efforts qui ont été consentis, donc nous n'avons pas de vision, malheureusement, et de stratégie pour l'économie solidaire. Qu'est-ce qu'on veut faire avec l'économie solidaire? Comment on peut arriver à notre objectif? Donc, vraiment, c'est un manquement qu'on devra pallier très rapidement. Également, il y a l'absence de leadership institutionnel. Donc, chaque institution, chaque département ministériel donc, a sa propre vision et qui correspond aussi à ses propres missions sans aucune coordination entre les institutions. Également, le faible ancrage territorial, puisque donc, la stratégie de décentralisation, elle est récente. Donc, il faut aussi du temps donc, pour pouvoir aussi intégrer l'ESS. La multiplicité des politiques sectorielles, l'implication faible des acteurs de base dans le processus de formulation des politiques publiques et absence également de données fiables sur l'économie sociale et solidaire. Slide suivant. Et donc, en 2020, c'était vraiment une date historique, disons. C'est le vote pour la loi relative à l'économie sociale et solidaire. Pourquoi elle est importante? Parce qu'elle donne une définition concertée et dessine le périmètre de l'économie sociale et solidaire. Aussi, donc, elle mentionne les démarches de gouvernance du secteur, donc quels sont les organes qui vont représenter les acteurs de base de l'économie sociale et solidaire, comment va être gouverné au niveau institutionnel et au niveau politique, et donc également donc, comment ces organisations de l'économie sociale et solidaire vont être reconnues officiellement. Et très important aussi, donc, cette loi mentionne qu'il faudrait créer des mécanismes de financement spécifiques, des lignes de garantie, et également créer des banques coopératives, ce qui est donc très important pour le développement du secteur. Slide suivant. Et donc, je vais commencer donc, par les facteurs de risque qui peut un peu entraver le développement du secteur de l'ESS. D'abord, l'absence de volonté politique. Et vous allez apercevoir que l'absence de volonté politique, c'est un facteur de risque, mais également un facteur de succès, parce que nous avons un changement rapide des gouvernements. En 10 ans, nous avons eu affaire à 11 gouvernements, et donc ça bloque aussi la continuité, la poursuite des réformes engagées. Également, retard dans l'activation de la loi. La loi a été votée, promulguée, et maintenant, donc, il faut accélérer l'activation de la loi et la création des instances de gouvernance et aussi l'élaboration des textes spécifiques. Également, et donc il y a un risque de changement de priorité par rapport aux nouvelles exigences et contraintes donc, imposées par le Covid et par rapport aussi à une mauvaise compréhension et du rôle de l'économie sociale et solidaire pour justement lutter contre l'impact du Covid. Il y a aussi le risque d'instrumentalisation du dossier de l'ESS, faible coordination institutionnelle et incapacité des acteurs de base à s'organiser d'une façon spontanée. Donc, mais malgré ça, nous avons beaucoup de facteurs de succès qui sont très importants. D'abord, la volonté politique. Et j'espère que donc, l'ESS reviendra comme priorité aussi dans le gouvernement, pour le gouvernement actuel. Également, les partenaires sociaux qui sont très dynamiques, convaincus et engagés pour l'économie sociale et solidaire. Le tripartisme ou dialogue qui est devenu une culture, une pratique aussi institutionnelle pour les dossiers
Il
nationaux.
reste une minute, Karim. Hein.
Stabilité sécuritaire et politique, c'est très important. Les réflexions sur un nouveau modèle de développement économique, l'appui des partenaires au développement, mais les deux importants facteurs pour moi, c'était d'abord une société forte et structurée, et également une jeunesse convaincue par le CES qui constitue une réelle force pour développer et structurer donc l'économie sociale et solidaire en Tunisie. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Karim.
Tu m'as fait courir, Jürgen.
And, well, I was able to follow the development in Tunisia a little bit from a distance, and it has been a very long and difficult road, but which was successful in having a new law on social and solidarity economy. One of the few countries in the world where we have such a law. I'm happy to introduce our second speaker, Mrs. Karim Kriege, from South Africa. She is a chief technical advisor of an ILO project implemented in partnership with the Department of Trade and Innovation in competition in South Africa, with the objective of developing a social economy policy for South Africa. Karen, please deliver your presentation.
Thanks, Jürgen, and welcome everybody. It's really lovely to be here. This is the first 100th birthday party I've ever been invited to, so it really is a real honor to be able to talk today on our favorite subject. There's a presentation that should be popping up fairly soon, but just to get us going, the social and solidarity economy policy has been in development in South Africa since 2017. There's quite a substantial amount of pre-work that went into that. And what I would like to share with you today is just some of the lessons that we've had, particularly last year in 2019, when we engaged in our national consultation process. Because for me, these have really been quite profound in terms of my understanding and interpretation of the social and solidarity economy. And we're a small team working on this policy project. And it's myself, it's my colleague Griselda in the ILO, and then our colleagues in the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And I remember very clearly a day in July last year, and Griselda and I were leaning into the phone in my office in those days when we were in the office. And the quality of the line was terrible. And we were speaking to a provincial government colleague, and we were trying to understand what it is we needed to do. And it was like a Rice Krispies line. Everything was like snap, crackle, and pop. And Mr. Jolangana, this voice, and this is what I really remember, which is on the next slide, is his voice saying, trust. And I was like, what? And he was like, trust, it will all be fine. And then this line just went completely dead. And I looked at Griselda, and I was like, this is crazy. But literally, if we go to the next slide, that was the start of it, which is that he made us get up and out of our offices in Pretoria and go and engage to understand what is our social economy reality. Because that is the strength of the social and solidarity economy, is that it responds to its individual context. Now, the South African context, as you see in the next slide, is difficult. We are one of the most unequal countries in the world, as measured on both the Gini index and on the Palmer ratio. And the consequence of this inequality means that we generally don't have a good view, particularly of what the social and solidarity economy looks like, because it looks so different across the country in rural versus urban areas. We see our inequality manifesting in many different ways. It's an inequality in terms of access to the labor market, inequality in terms of access to social services, inequality of gender. So for us to understand the social and solidarity economy, it was really important for us to get outside of our kind of office bubble and really to travel the country. And as you'll see in the next slide, we spent the next 4 to 5 months traveling to all of the provinces, specifically hosting workshops in more than 20 towns and cities, but which we selected specifically because they plotted across our multidimensional inequality and poverty indices. And when we wrapped everything up in December last year, we'd spoken to 766 people. And I'd like to share with you some of those insights and some of those lessons today from that trip. And the first is, which is this definitional discussion, I'm sure we all know is tricky, but we had to tackle it head on because policy really requires structure. And we were under pressure to define the social economy. In South Africa, as you'll see in the next slide, but as is common to many countries across the world, we see our economic and social ecosystem in very simplistic ways. We see on one side that we have for-profit businesses and they generate economic value. And then on the other side, and it at times feels very, very far away, we see these social organizations, the not-for-profits, there to generate social value. And these two are almost opposite ends of the spectrum that kind of hold our society together. Those of us working in the space know that the middle of that spectrum is not, it's not absent. It's not a gap. It's not a void empty of activity. And so as you see in the next slide, we decided to describe the space in this gap, to populate it, to describe the organizations that sit in the space, how they intersect with government and public service, the benefits that accrue through that work. And having a description of what the social and solidarity economy looks like has been really important to us in being able to mainstream the concept of the social economy, so that it's not now seen, that the middle of the spectrum is not now seen as this kind of empty space, but rather we are able to demonstrate that it's populated and that there is an enormous amount of activity that's happening. So that for us was one of our big lessons, was deciding to describe over defining. But the next lesson, which is in the next slide, is very much about, well, what does the social and solidarity economy look like? And just as my colleague Karim was saying, one of the big barriers that we have in South Africa is that there's not a lot of information that we could rely on to actually be able to tell us what it looks like. So we had to find out for ourselves. And so we took the consultations as an opportunity to survey. And I think we've done probably the biggest survey of social and solidarity economy organizations ever done in the country. And the first learning is that 98% of people in the social and solidarity economy live and work in the same place. Now, this had huge consequences for us in that up until that point, the policy was focusing, we were under pressure to scale, to enable organizations to scale big. But as I will also describe later, there's a real importance to organizations being localized. And so part of our shifting is how do we encourage more community-based organizations? But what really influenced that is information that is in the next 3 slides. Now, these slides are quite dry, they're a bit dull. But the first one was around organizational registration. So first of all, 93% of the people that we surveyed have a registered entity. And as you'll see in the next slide, a huge number of that, 84% of them have a bank account. So these are quite formal organizations, which was a surprise because now we were deliberately going outside of our networks where we're seeing a lot more informality. How this relates to the next slide, which is on do you have a lawyer? 61% of people don't have a lawyer and 22% keep that kind of casual. They ask a buddy. What does this mean? When you look at these 3 slides together, you see that people in the social and solidarity economy engage in the system. They're registered entities, they have a bank account, but they're not relying on the legal system to navigate their work. So they're not using it to resolve disputes. They're not using it to set up contracts. They're not using it really outside of registering their entity. So if they're not using the legal system, which is kind of the glue of how all business and nonprofits function, if they're not using that legal system, the big question is, well, then what are they using? And this is when the words of Mr. Jolangana came back to really, they came back because it's trust. And what our survey shows us is that trust underpins, it's the transactional glue that underpins the social and solidarity economy. 84% of people in the next slide, 94%, apologies, 94% of people say that trust is critical to their everyday work in the SSE. And this goes back to these organizations being quite localized. But what does trust look like? When we see the next slide, we see that trust is very closely linked to accountability. We are clear about what we do and how we do it. And what I say is what I do. Now, for us as policymakers, this was quite profound because it meant that we couldn't take a typical view of how we wanted to enable the ecosystem. Instead of looking at how we could regulate and incentivize the ecosystem, we instead had to start looking at what is it that we can do to enable trust networks. And I think this is an important lesson as we enable policy. What is it that we can do to enable trust networks? I'll spend a little bit of time on the next 2 points, which is the lesson around looking forward and not getting bogged down in the negative needs of now. And instead of asking people what are the problems that they experience, what are their needs, and we know that this is a deep issue and it's not taking away from that, we instead took the approach to ask, well, where do you want South Africa to be in 30 years' time? So 30 years, the academics tell us, is one generation. So by asking the question, where do you want South Africa to be in one generation's time, we were able to get people to look forward as to what we want our country to look like, whilst at the same time taking policy decisions as to what are the changes we want to happen now that will allow us to get there. And the next slide gives us a very quick picture of what South Africa looks like in 2050. And I can tell you that South Africa is a country which has fantastic education for all. It is a country that is crime-free. We have clean water and our air is good to breathe. Did you know that we're leading the 6th industrial revolution and there's free data access across the country? The next slide just shows you some of the pictures and the contributions from people as we really focused on where we want to go rather than focusing on where we are now. But in focusing on where we want to go, I realized in this journey that there are some very important questions that we need to continue to ask ourselves. And this is the slide on doing good is not good enough. So when we look at the next slide, doing good is not good enough. The country that I live in fact, the province where I come from, which is the next slide, is very dry. We have had a very severe drought for the last 5 years. This is a picture of Adelaide Dam, which is water for 15,000 people, and it's been dry, completely dry since last year. And as a response, we see shops popping up in towns across the country. This is a picture that I took in Kimberley, which is in the Northern Cape, also very dry. And these shops are set up to sell water, purified water, and the queues are out the door. And it's not expensive, but it's a sell. And as you see in our next slide, access to water, the way I see this, is that access to water is a human right. So on one side, we see these social enterprises, these businesses that are being set up to respond to a neglected problem that is not being well solved by government or by business. The social enterprise sets itself up and it runs, but at the same time, it's selling a product that it is a basic human right that everybody should have good access to quality water. And so I put it back to you that doing good is not good enough, because we always need to be very cognizant of the relationship that exists between affordability and accessibility. And so for us in the social and solidarity economy, our framing as we write the policy has always been not just what is the goods and services, what is the social and environmental good that is being done, but longer term, what is that sustainable solution that is being offered? So what next? To summarize, the top 5 lessons that I took from our whirlwind tour of the country last year, which was an extraordinary personal and professional experience, is that as policymakers, as social economy practitioners, even as citizens, it's really important to know what your social economy looks like. Then take that decision as to whether you want to describe or define your social economy. Our feedback would be description is really useful. As policymakers, we mustn't forget the importance of enabling trust networks, especially as we see growing distrust between governments and citizens globally. Avoid focusing on the negative needs of now and try keeping a long-term view in terms of where you want to go. And always at the back of your head, keep that very small voice going that just says doing good is not good enough. What is the sustainable solution to the social and solidarity work that we are doing? But on those days when things feel a bit grim, when you feel like we're working in a complex space and it feels like nothing may be moving fast enough or nothing's happening, my best piece of advice is always just keep in mind that simple question, which is where do you want your country to be in 1 generation's time? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karin, for a very engaging presentation and full of inspiring ideas. I was quite surprised to see the degree of formality of SSE organizations in South Africa. I guess that's not the same in many other parts of the world, but perhaps we have a different system, a different institutions. We have now 2 speakers who will share a presentation on the mapping the social and solidarity economy in Asia. The 2 speakers are, and I hope I can pronounce their names correctly, Mr. Young Kim and Mr. Hiroki Miura. Both are working in the Seoul National University in South Korea. Mr. Kim is Professor of Political Science and International Relations, whereas Mr. Miura is a senior researcher at the Center for Social Innovation and Research at the same university. So I would like to invite our 2 speakers to make their presentation.
Okay, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Let me start my presentation. Actually, I'm Hiroki Miura, the co-researcher of that research project entitled Mapping the Social and Solidarity Economy in Asia, which has been conducted since 2019. And actually, if you look at the name, the Young Kim showed up in the screen, I guess. I don't know, I cannot change the name from my side. I don't know, but this is technical problem. Anyway, let me start my presentation. This is an international research project, and please go to the next slide. The basic structure of our research project consists of the ILO Cooperative Unit, the South Korean Social Enterprise Promotion Agency, the Center for Social Innovation, Education, and Research of the Seoul National University, which I'm belonging to, and 8 international researchers from Northeast and Southeast Asia. Our purpose of the research is to understand the current status of SSE in Asian countries in terms of the organizational landscape, and to suggest institutional strategies for strengthening the SSE and improving decent work in Asia. Our focus countries include China, Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. Next slide. We have our unique perspectives that we call an ecosystem view of organization and SSE embedded. We see the SSE organization as hybrid ones. The relevance and the role of certain organization to SSE can be understood in terms of the level and patterns of institutional hybridity. An ideal SSE organization has a high level of hybridity in our perspective. So the core feature of the SSE includes social, economic, and democratic elements, which major existing studies have reached consensus on. However, the detailed subconditions of each element has been treated differently. So the institutional hybridity concerns both the core features and sub-conditions and how they are connected each other. So this perspective premises that there are various patterns in hybrid organization in the organizational landscape of each country, and that their relevance to the SSE may also differ. So here are our main questions, but I skip here and go to the next slide. Our analytical framework has several steps. First, identifying major legal and political organizations, approximately 20 to 40 institutions in each country. Second, evaluation, categorization, and mapping. Third, comparison and suggestions for enhancing SSE in Asia. Especially if we look at the second part, the evaluation criteria in this step consists of the 3 core features and 6 sub-conditions, as you can see in the screen. Each sub-condition has a detailed evaluation criteria in our report. And so in our research, the international researcher from each country evaluate yes or no of sub-conditions in terms of the governing law of each organizational institution surveyed. Please go to the next. And also we categorize the institutions evaluated into the three groups. Institutions evaluated as yes in at least one sub-conditions in all 3 domains or features, respectively, belong to this category or so-called SSEO. They have a high level of organizational hybridity and are thus regarded as a leading organization of SSE in each country. Institutions evaluated as yes in sub-conditions across any 2 domain features belong to the category of PHO or partial hybrid organizations. They have an intermediate level of hybridity and their relevance to the SSE is determined on the case-by-case basis. Other organizations belong to the so-called other categories or other organizations. Please go ahead. So now let me show you some brief the result of the research and the policy implications. First, these are the maps of the hybrid organization in the 6 countries. First, I'm showing the maps of South Korea and Japan. I'm sorry for the very small text but you can refer to this or the name of organization in our final report. If you look at the South Korean map on the left side of the screen, there are many SSE organizations in South Korea and also PHO too. Main characteristics of the South Korean SSE, the map of the SSEO and the PHO can be summarized as a strong presence of the SSEO and the potential of their effective collaboration for various social values. The PHOs can be also divided into 3 groups, such as socio-economic hybrid, social democratic hybrid, and economic democratic hybrid. There are various different organizations in South Korea. The characteristics of Japanese SSEO and PHO on the right side can be summarized as a balanced and detailed institutional design, searching for the collaboration by all sectors, including civil society, for-profit business, and community building organizations. Please go ahead. Now you can see the Chinese map and the map of the Philippines. The characteristic of the China is a kind of dual structure of rural and urban SSE. Even though the number of institutions are small in the China, however, the size of organizations is large and increasing in both the urban and the rural area. The Philippines characteristics is summarized as a systematic, inclusive, and flexible legal framework under the corporate code, in which creative and effective business model can emerge in every sector, including both the non-profit and the for-profit. Please go next one. The Malaysian, the characteristics is a kind of clear division of role and function of basic form of the SEC organizations, or so-called cooperatives, the foundation, association, and mutuals and social enterprises. And especially the social enterprise is emerging as a new innovative leader in Malaysia. The characteristics of Indonesian SECO and PHO can be summarized as innovation and synergy led by the conventional SEC organization, also the foundation, cooperative association, etc., supported by the various community level organizations, which is emerging and growing right now. Yeah, okay, go next slide. So from based on this, the mapping the work and research, and we funded some important common characteristics among 6 countries in Asia. The first is a plurality and complexity of hybrid organizations. Asia has a rich and broad SECO sector, in fact, composed of the various SECOs in this research found, which are relatively overlooked in the existing studies. However, regarding the patterns of hybridity in its insight of the SECO field and the relation with its periphery, or so-called PHOs, the organizational landscape in Asia is fundamentally plural and complex. So SEC is embedded in such institutional condition. The second finding, common finding, is that gradual evolution of organizational landscape. Though the concept of SSE is relatively new for all Asian countries, many hybrid organizations or their prototype have traditionally existed, in fact, and diffused and institutionally upgraded since the initial nation building or development stage in the middle 20th centuries in all 6 countries. The contemporary organizational landscape of SSE has gradually evolved through a mixed driver of exogenous factors such as global economic impact and prevailing innovative ideas, and endogenous factors such as indigenous civil society movement and national level learning of the legislational effort. The third common characteristics is that there is no perfect hybrid organization. The patterns of hybridity are diverse, however, there is no dominant one. It is also important to note that there is no institution that satisfies all 6 conditions. That is, all SECOs have different characteristics as well as a certain weak point regarding the idea of SSE. This implies that institutionalization of SEC organization in reality inevitably face some internal limitation, and that continuous institutional innovation and collaborations are always necessary. The fourth, the characteristics is some missing links and a common weak point. Regarding the organizational landscape, the democratic governance of the monetary-based organization remains a common weak point for all countries. This is a basic challenge of the SECO, in fact, how to transform the institutional or operational nature of major commercial entities into more democratically oriented and normatively oriented one. Yeah, let's go to next. Based on these common findings and as a result of the analysis, we have suggested 4 the institutional or policy strategies for Asian countries. The first one is mainstreaming strategies for the SECO. Introducing a certain SECO which have representative or symbolic nature of SEC in countries' organizational landscape can be an effective strategy for the overall development of SEC and advancing the national level consensus on its significance. The important point is to strengthen the center-pivotal institution among SECOs for promoting the multiple aspect and spillover effect of SEC. Actually, in the finding of the research, spillover effect is very important because in fact the size of SACO, or the central organization of SAC in all countries, is very relatively small. So the large and broad spillover effect is very important to size up, scale up, all the level of the SAC in each country. The best practice example are illustrated here. For example, the South Korean certified and pre-certified social enterprise can be a kind of the best model of a mainstreaming strategy. Please go ahead. The suggestion 2 is a transformative strategy for PHO and SACO. Active, positive, and innovative role of PHOs have tremendous potentials on the development of national SSE because of its diversity and the total size of the organizations in the organizational ecosystem in each country. The promoting transformative organizational operation of PHO and inclusive partnership between PHO and SACO are necessary and important to scale up the SSE and reshape and upgrade the organizational landscape. There are many good examples of the transformative strategy in each or the 6 countries. Please go ahead. Third one is community and local SSE strategies. Business model of SSE can be effectively applied to the community development project. These practices in return can enlarge and enhance the field and significance of SSE. So also there are many good examples of the community building, the combination of community building and SSE in each 6 countries. Please go ahead. I'm sorry, because of time limit, I will speed up. The last strategy is civil society and service innovation. The specific business model of SSE, such as income generating project or private-public partnership, can be effectively applied to the operation of the CSO, civil society organization, working in different fields. These practices also, in return, can enlarge and enhance the field and the significance of SSE. Please go ahead, the last slide. So we have suggested these 4 strategies. However, in the last part of our research, our final remark is the balanced approach is necessary, and the capacity building is important for strengthening SSE in Asia. Balanced pursuit of these 4 strategies are important, and the balanced pursuit of the institutional and non-institutional strategies are more important. So in the end, to tackle with this complex problem, first of all, the capacity building and solidarity of grassroots participants, policymakers, and specialists are required. This is our final conclusion. Thank you very much for listening. This is all my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Kim and Mr. Miura. I found in particular the concept of PHO very interesting, because there are many organizations that might belong to the social solidarity economy without having all the characteristics of such an organization. And to find a category where they can find a place, I think it's very important. I also found it important that you came up with 4 important lessons that should be taken into account by policymakers, not only in Asia, but also in other parts of the world. We have now around 20 minutes left for discussion, questions, and answers. Some of the questions have already been posted on the Q&A section of Zoom. I think there are others that are being sent via YouTube. Let me just read the first set of questions which were addressed to our first speaker, Karim Toubi. From Mr. Otavia Sima. Les pratiques d'économie sociale et solidaire sont souvent informelles et donc difficiles à réglementer et aussi à supporter, avec des lois formelles. Comment est-ce que la nouvelle loi tunisienne approche cet aspect? Second question to Mr. Toubi. Could you further develop the issue of the financing of the solidarity enterprises that you mentioned? And third question from Mr. Mara. former ILO staff in Sierra Leone. We have a lack of political will for cooperative support in Sierra Leone, even though we now have a Department of Cooperatives. The ILO has helped to revive cooperatives in Sierra Leone, but the project already ended. What can the organization do to ensure there is increased political will to move the cooperative movement forward? So I might ask Karim to answer first these three questions while we are assembling the questions addressed to the other speakers. Karim, please.
Karim, we do not hear you. You are muted, Karim.
Est-ce que c'est bon? C'est bon maintenant? D'accord.
C'est bon.
Merci. Donc, par rapport à la première question qui concerne l'informalité, nous, on a appuyé des initiatives au niveau local. Donc, nous avons aidé des femmes rurales qui travaillent sur le tissage de tapis avec tout un processus pour qu'ils puissent se formaliser. Et donc, ils ont une reconnaissance de leur savoir-faire avec une carte d'artisan, mais également, on les a aidés à se regrouper dans un groupement féminin formel et on les a inscrits donc, dans la protection sociale. Donc, mais ce sont des initiatives qui sont vraiment, en termes d'impact, très limitées et très ponctuelles. La loi, ce qu'elle a apporté de nouveau, c'est qu'elle a prévu des avantages pour les groupements formels en termes d'appui financier, mais également en termes d'avantages fiscaux et social, également une participation aux commandes publiques. Mais disons que ce n'est pas suffisant parce qu'il faut que le pays aussi se dote d'une stratégie de formalisation. Le CES, ça peut contribuer, c'est un pont pour l'économie formelle, mais il faut aussi avoir une politique nationale sur la transition vers le secteur formel. La deuxième question par rapport aux produits financiers, aux nouveaux mécanismes de financement de l'économie sociale et solidaire. Oui, donc nous avons deux produits qui ont été créés en 2020. Donc, le premier, c'est sur le lancement de l'entreprise solidaire. Donc, c'est un produit qui a été développé avec le ministère de l'Emploi, qui est financé par le budget de l'État à travers le Fonds national de l'emploi. Et ça cible les jeunes qui veulent créer une entreprise collective. Donc, il peut avoir des crédits, un crédit collectif au lieu d'un crédit individuel, et également une prime d'accompagnement pendant les 12 premiers mois. Le deuxième mécanisme de financement, c'est le crowdfunding. Aussi, il a été voté cette année. Donc, c'est un mécanisme de financement participatif. C'est une nouveauté en Tunisie, mais c'est très important. Et je pense que ça va aussi donc, donner de l'élan pour l'économie solidaire et pour les entrepreneurs sociaux. La troisième question, Jürgen, si vous pouvez le répéter parce que je n'ai pas bien saisi le sens.
Une seconde, je vais essayer.
Ah, d'accord.
Est-ce que c'était celui-là? Non. Question de Monsieur Samuel Barco, d'IESIS. Est-ce que vous pouvez davantage élaborer sur le financement des entreprises de l'économie sociale et solidaire, ce que vous avez mentionné?
Ça y est, je l'ai répondu, mais la troisième question.
La troisième, ok, pardon. Non. Question de Monsieur Boukari Mara, et je vais le lire en anglais. We have a lack of political will for cooperative support in Sierra Leone, even though we now have a Department of Cooperatives under the Ministry of Trade. What can the organization, meaning the ILO, do to ensure that there is increased political will to move the cooperative movement forward in Sierra Leone?
je pense que c'est une question à poser à M. Gueraïd ou bien à Simel, mais je peux aussi m'inspirer donc de l'expérience tunisienne. Donc l'OIT, comment elle peut supporter donc le mouvement coopératif? Je pense que il y a plusieurs axes d'appui. D'abord, par rapport au développement des politiques, c'est très important d'avoir une politique nationale sur les coopératives avec une approche de construction, avec co-construction, avec l'implication des acteurs de base et de bottom-up, c'est-à-dire partir des vrais besoins des acteurs de base des coopératives pour développer les politiques. Deuxièmement, il y a tout ce qui concerne donc les outils, et les guides et tout ce qui est matériel d'accompagnement et de renforcement des capacités, également en matière de recherche et d'études pour produire des connaissances, afin d'alimenter la réflexion sur une politique sur les coopératives efficace et pertinente. Donc, je pense que le BIT, donc, à travers ces trois axes, peut très bien donc, aider le gouvernement et les partenaires sociaux syriens à développer leur propre politique de coopérative. Voilà, merci.
Merci Karim. Avant de poser les questions aux autres intervenants, je voulais poser une question de ma part. Vous avez dit que le mouvement ESS en Tunisie a commencé vers 2013. Est-ce qu'il y avait un lien entre cette émergence de ce mouvement et le printemps arabe qui avait démarré en 2010? Est-ce qu'il y a un lien entre ces deux phénomènes?
Absolument. Absolument. Donc, en 2011, avec la révolution, donc, tout ce qui a été construit avant a été mis en cause. Donc, on est en train, depuis 2011, à réfléchir vers un nouveau modèle économique, social, vers de nouvelles alternatives économiques. Et donc, dans ce contexte, l'ESS s'est émergé comme vraiment une alternative sérieuse, efficace. Et comme je l'ai dit, donc je l'ai mentionné, ça a été porté par la société civile et par les jeunes, d'où donc sa force de proposition et pourquoi donc par la suite donc le BIT a pris le relais pour mettre en place donc tout ce qui a été fait depuis 2013.
Merci beaucoup, Karim.
Je vous en prie.
We now have a few questions for the other speakers. There are two addressed to Karim in South Africa. In fact, there are three, actually, two questions posed by the same person. One, Mr. Samuel Barker from the DSS. After the Green Paper produced in 2019, when is the government expected to produce the next step, a white paper, a law, an action plan? And regarding the issue of doing good is not enough, could we link this with some social enterprise proposals linked with bottom of the pyramid or inclusive business? Maybe I'll just answer these two before I go to the third one.
I did see the question on, thanks Sam. If you're able to just write a bit more on the second question, I didn't quite understand that question. So that would be great if you could clarify.
Yeah. Okay, that maybe the person himself could answer this or repeat the question.
The first question is, and what's really interesting is these different experiences in the different countries, and also that these are happening at top and bottom ends of the continent. And I saw a question kind of coming through as to where is the regional integration, and I think we will hopefully start seeing that as a consequence. But there's still a lot of work to do, and a policy is only really the first step of essential legitimacy building. So our next steps are, we're on a fast track to cabinet early next year. We're going into our summer holidays quite soon, in December, January, where things slow down substantially. But what Karim was talking about in terms of political will, I think what's really transformed our policy process is that we've been able to build great political will. And it makes any policymaker will know that this just makes such a huge difference to have kind of buy-in to the principles of what you're doing. So we have support from one of our deputy ministers' offices. We're currently in the process of consulting with government in provinces to get provincial buy-in, because that's where implementation happens. And then one of the big issues that we have to address is that it's one thing to have a policy, but actually what does that policy actually do? How, it's nice to say, oh, let's enable trust networks, but what does that actually mean? And so we're in a process of developing what we're calling implementation plans, which will outline the mechanisms that need to be set up, the costing of those mechanisms, and who has responsibility to make those mechanisms happen. So there's the political will, and then there's also the practical, pragmatic political buy-in and the pragmatic delivery of the policy that are critical to these processes. Just on that final point, that we should have most of this work wrapped up by March next year, by mid next year latest. There should be something rolling out. We've identified the institutional home and funding mechanisms that kind of sit behind the policy. So that's where we are with the South African timeline.
And Karin, in the chat, you will just see the second question by Mr. Barco, repeated. Where is it now? Yeah, doing good is not enough. Sometimes can be linked to proposals which in fact are doing business thanks to enlarging the client base of the pyramid, but they do not look at more complex answer.
Yeah, Sam, if I'm understanding this correctly, I think we're saying the same thing, that, and it probably does help resolve some of the difficulties around the base of the pyramid logic, which can be extensively commercialized, and how this relates to the principles of solidarity and reciprocity and mutualism that sits within the social and solidarity economy. So we're now we're making, again, so that's the other thing, is that I think Karim will agree with this, that a policy process it changes all the time. So we're busy making another round of changes to the policy document that really establishes mechanisms to measure what is social and environmental. So so how do we measure that? Which I think any country in any sector can benefit from. But then the other side of that is, what is the long-term solution? Which means that just selling goods and services into base of the pyramid markets isn't sufficient. We actually need to, so going back to my example of providing water to people, how is that organization or that venture actually really looking at how it solves the issue of water access? And that's what we're writing into the policy as one of its foundational principles. I hope I've answered that question.
Okay. Thank you, Karin. And there were a third question addressed to you from Otavia Sima. I don't know the institutional anchor of that person. Great presentation and very important messages about the diversity of SSE, the cruciality of trust and going beyond needs. You mentioned the challenge how to enable often informal trust through formal policy making. Do you have also some ideas how to tackle this challenge, linking the informal and the formal?
No, we try, but I mean, enabling trust networks when you're a policymaker is hard, which is why it's easier to regulate and take an organizational view. I have put some answers in the chat on this one, but some of the things that we're looking at is that the organizational lens may not be the lens to look at things. So how you structure your organization is really a kind of a decision that's taken by the entrepreneur or the cooperative. Instead, we need to look at mechanisms that measure and support outcomes, because that's really what we're working towards. And in the outcomes, if we can frame a society that focuses on the outcomes and is able to report on those outcomes, I think we can achieve a lot, because a consequence of that would be a more helpful environment. A lot of the feedback that we got when we did our survey is that the ecosystem for social and solidarity economy practitioners is just unhelpful. So people feel that they're just constantly fighting and they're constantly justifying their work. And so I think a really important first step is actually just to create an ecosystem that recognizes the work that is being done, applauds that work, and can support that work in a more meaningful way. And I think you will, I hope, start seeing those trust networks just flourish as a result. Thanks, Jürgen.
Yeah, thank you, Karin. And now there was one question to Mr. Kim and Mr. Miura. First, there were several participants who asked whether the study that has been presented by Mr. Miura and Kim will be available somewhere on the internet. Perhaps if that's the case, then perhaps you can send us the link. There was one specific question, though, also for Mr. Samuel Barco. Is cooperative legislation being updated following the path of hybridization in some of the countries that you have studied? I think that means that are the cooperative laws being changed because the cooperative enterprises are changing and becoming more hybrid? Mr. Kim or Mr. Miura, please.
Yeah, okay. The first of all, for the first question, actually our final research report has not been opened yet. It will be opened and delivered to the public maybe later, 1 or 2 months later, I guess. Regarding the second question about the evolution of the cooperative registrations, for example, our research has been dealing with about the changing the updated registration of social enterprises. For example, the law of social enterprise was introduced in South Korea in 2017, and it was also introduced in the policy was also introduced in Malaysia and the Philippines right now. So the system of social enterprise also dealing with the cooperatives in each countries. For example, many cooperatives are becoming the social enterprise in South Korea, and some cooperatives also applying the accreditation system of social enterprise in Malaysia. So there are many people's organizations or NGOs which has the cooperative characteristics in Philippines, also becoming the social enterprise now. So in fact, we call this the mainstream strategy to make some important national level legislations, which has some important characteristics to promote social and solidarity economy or social economy in some part of the Asian countries, to promote this kind of transformation. So even though there are not so many changes about the cooperation, the legislation for the cooperatives itself, however, there are many dynamic development about the social enterprise in Asia.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. There was just another question I saw in the chat coming from Mr. Thierry Janté, the founder of the Mont Blanc meetings, who asked whether there are examples of cooperation between social and solidarity organizations, enterprises, and municipalities and cities in Asia.
Maybe I can say I can give you some 2 examples. One good example is about the practice of South Korea. There are, for example, about 1/3 of the municipalities has established the Center of Social Economy, the supporting center for the social economy, which deal with some supporting the policies or supporting the business for all each social economy entities. So now the relation between cities and the social economic entities that's very developing in South Korea now. On the other hand, there is the support center for non-profit entities or non-profit organization in Japan. Maybe actually, I guess almost all municipalities in Japan, over 1,000, 2,000, have some kind of support center, the public support center for promoting these organizations. And this non-profit organization in Japan has some identity of social economy or some the service business organization in Japan. So on the other hand, Japan has also been developing some good relations between the municipal government and some economic or civil society entities. And the characteristics of the non-profit Japan and social enterprise South Korea are interestingly different.
And there's one final question from Mr. Joe Bodmer, the European Anti-Poverty Network. Joe asked, how can you get and secure money for capacity building of volunteers, participants, local social projects? Our experience is that this is not really supported by the authorities. Are there any sources of funding for SSE initiatives in Asia and elsewhere?
Actually, that is also the problem and good important issue in Asia, and especially the civil society organization or the SSE organization are looking for the source of the fund. However, our research project has the fund from the South Korean government and or the South Korean promotion agency of social enterprise promotion agencies. So we could somehow and happily have the consecutive project for the research and capacity building.
Thank you very much. And I think we have reached the end of our first session. And I think what we can really get out of this session is the enormous diversity, dynamism, but also heterogeneity of the social economy worldwide. It's a growing movement. And coming back to what Karen said in her presentation, perhaps we cannot define it, but we can describe it. We now have a 15 minutes break, and this will be followed by the second session of today on legislation and policy. That session will be chaired by Mrs. Anna Biondi, the Deputy Director of the Department for Workers' Activities at the ILO. Thank you very much. 15 minutes break, and then we continue. Goodbye.
Hi again.
Ciao, Anna.
Good to see you all.
Yes, the same. Very pleased. How are you?
Okay.
Okay, more or less.
At work, but
Yeah,
we start in telework soon.
it's, yeah. Strange times.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, Simea.
Hi, Hagen. Hi, Anna. Jeffrey, John.
Hello, buenos días.
Microphones are
Yes,
working.
Jen.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Perfect.
Morning.
John?
Good morning.
Perfect.
Good morning, everyone.
Excellent.
Hola, Gemma.
Hola.
Hi, Gemma.
Hola.
Hi, Gemma.
Hey. Gemma, you are a bit...
Hola, hola,
good.
buenos días.
Buenos días. Great. Okay, we hear you well, loud and clear. So there were a little bit of issues, questions around interpretation. So Anna, you will spend a little time with the technical thing. And some people are not able to write on Q&A. So we are monitoring both chat and Q&A and will relay you the questions through chat. Of course, the speakers are welcome to engage. And if there are any questions that are ILO related, like, oh, where are the guidelines on cooperative legislation of Hagen Henry, we'll send them the link. So we are also monitoring for that.
Very good. I think that going second, it should be easier because the technical hitches probably are more control.
Yeah, we had a little bit of
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? This is Andrea from ILO COOP.
Yes, we can hear
loud and clear.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, so just to tell you that I am monitoring the Q&A together with my colleague Valentina. So what we are going to do is to send you to you all the questions clearly indicating the name, your name, so to who the question is directed to, and from who, and of course the question. So I will be doing this via chat. That's the only way I have to do this. In any case, you will be seeing also chats from other people with questions from other people. But please, I would like to ask you just to focus on the ones that I will be sending you, because they are going to be, the selected questions, filtered, and all of that. And at the same time, I will take a picture of the Word document that I'm working with the questions, and will send you to the chat, to the WhatsApp group. So you have, it's easier for you to know exactly what are these questions, because I can understand that with many people asking in the chat, it could be overwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for all. And if you have any questions, just please feel free to ask via WhatsApp. We are connected all the time. Thank you so much.
We are already online, aren't we?
We are still closed, but we will open.
You tell us.
Is it okay? It is on. Yes, it's on all the time. We are on. So you can get started, Anna.
Okay. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. And it is indeed a pleasure to be here chairing the second session of this important symposium on the 100 years of the cooperative unit of the ILO. And, you know, I'm Anna Biondi. You have seen my bio in the documents. Not only I am close to this line of work because trade unions and cooperative movement have a long-standing collaboration. I want just to quote the project Cindy COOP that some of you, many of you probably have known in the past. And but also because I was personally the secretary of the workers group that in the governing body decided to push for having the future recommendation 193 in the ILC and being adopted, working together with Ibrahim Patel at the time, the spokesperson of the workers group in this issue, now minister in South Africa. So as our Director General Guy Ryder said this morning in opening this symposium, you know, they were challenging times when the ILO decided to promote this line of work in the ILO, Alberto Ma being a cooperator himself in the first governing body of 1920 decided to establish, and the governing body unanimously decided to establish this. And so I think it's appropriate that so close to the first governing body of 2020, we have this symposium. Unfortunately, it was a late governing body because of the pandemic, but indeed is a strong signal that the organization is sending. Let me also say that last year, when we adopted the centenary declaration, the ILO constituent specifically established among the different line of inspiration for the next century of the ILO to have cooperatives and the social and solidarity economy in order to generate decent work, productive employment, and improve standards of living. So I think that this, with having this in mind, it is true that in the first discussion, we saw that actually this is not a linear progression. You know, it's like there are bumps in this, and also, as one colleague already said, the policy documents change. You know, we need to update what we are doing, and the guidance that we have has to be then discussed, taking into consideration the national circumstances. But certainly, what we want is not just a simple romantic view of a cooperative, of social solidarity economy. When we discuss quality of employment, we talk also about standards, about their legal dimension. And I think I'm here in this panel with very qualified colleagues that will be able to give us their own presentation and their own food for thoughts. Before giving the floor, allow me a little bit once more some housekeeping for those listening to us from the different you know, countries all over the world. It seems that during the first sessions there were some problems regarding interpretation. Please be aware and look at your screen. At the end of the bottom of your screen, you will see that there is interpretation available in English, French, and Spanish. And you can switch language with interpretation and choose, you know, if it's on off, it will be the, you know, the floor that you will hear. While if you choose any other language, you will listen to the interpretation. So please try to also check. We were also told that there are some problems on the Q&A line, and so that most probably we will use also the chat for question. And so this is why I would kindly ask everybody not to put any sort of comments in the chat line, like good morning, good afternoon, you know, this one, we have done it. Let's just stick to some brief questions for the colleagues. What I would like to, if the time is very limited, of course, but I would like also, if possible, to have a dialogue among, you know, the colleagues after their own intervention. So I would like to give them a little bit the possibility at the end to come back with 1 minute remark. So we will stick to 13-15 minutes for each, and it's a great pleasure to introduce as first speaker on the issue of the harmonization of cooperative law, a former colleague and a true expert known by everybody, Hagen Henry, that you know, is here. And Hagen, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for these, I think, two kind words. I mean, the pleasure is all mine. I'm very happy to be with you, and grateful also to do that. Congratulations, Cooperative Unit, first of all, and thank you for having included the subject of policy and law in this event to document the activities over the past 100 years, the activities of the Cooperative Unit. So my theme, as Anna said, is harmonization of laws. Just a small warning to those who are not lawyers: be aware, when we say cooperative law, we have a very specific thinking behind it. I mean, very simplistically, you have to know that lawyers see the world populated by persons of two types: natural ones, you and me, and legal ones. That's all we see when we look at the world. So when we say cooperative law, we think of those rules which regulate the organization of entities and give them legal personality. Now, to include the subject of cooperative law in such a panel is has not always been, let's say, an obvious thing to do. I recall when I started to work on cooperative law in 1992 that my colleagues, some of them, thought that I'd become crazy. And those who were nicer with me, they said, well, we didn't know that you had an interest in legal history, Hagen. And years later, when I worked at the ILO, I was quite frequently greeted, you know, people said, here comes the archaeologist of enterprise types, which I thought was quite a honorific title. Anyway, times have changed, and you see it's quite natural. I think that nowadays we talk about cooperative law, not only within the ILO, which it always has done, but also in other quarters. And I would like to point out, especially to the ICA, which has also done a lot of work on cooperative law, but only recently has sort of decided to institutionalize the subject by hiring a young person who is looking after these matters now and is establishing this as a permanent subject within the ICA. And I'm not mentioning, of course, for example, the legal framework analysis, of which you will hear later on, but which is a project, and who knows whether this will be carried on or not. Now, the ILO and cooperative law, that's a long, very long story. In fact, since the inception of the unit in the 1920s, the unit has worked on cooperative law, but it was formalized in the sense of the ILO. It was given one of these types of instruments, namely a recommendation, only in 1966 with the Cooperatives Development Countries Recommendation 127. Then came a period, not only for the ILO, but in general, what I call the 1972-1973 conjuncture, where you had a strange thing, that is that what we call the financialization of the economy. Everything was seen under the aspect of financing, and that included, of course, also cooperatives. And that is when, in fact, the companization of cooperatives, that by that we mean the approximation of the legal features of cooperatives with those of stock companies, especially with the capitalistic type enterprise started. And that was the beginning of the end of cooperative law in research, education, in policies at all levels of government and political parties, etc. There was, at the beginning of the 1990s and throughout the 90s, then there was a new momentum, and let's hope that this new momentum will last forever, and to be described by the three main instruments which are talking about cooperatives, three international instruments. First of all, the 1995 ICA, International Cooperative Alliance Statement on the Cooperative Identity. Then in 2001, the UN guidelines aimed at creating a supportive environment for the development of cooperatives. And then, of course, 2002, the adoption of Recommendation 193 concerning the promotion of cooperatives. And I think that the Recommendation 193, the ILO, is really a turning point as far as cooperative law is concerned. And I give you three reasons. The first one is from having been a limited recommendation, the 1966 one, it has become a universal recommendation applicable in all member states, and not only to the governments, as was the case with the former recommendation, but to all three constituents of the ILO, plus the cooperative organizations. So that makes it much more universal. The second reason is that it integrated the text, or at least to a large extent, the text of the ICA statement into that recommendation. A unique case, and I think at that time it was unique, and I think it's still unique, that an international organization integrated a text of an international non-governmental organization into its own text. And number three, that is 2002, I think, is the starting point of what I call public international cooperative law. Now, this is, especially in the ears of many of my ILO colleagues, still a questionable thing to say, that this recommendation, as far as cooperative law is concerned, is legally binding. However that is, we are not going to go into this discussion. I think at least one has to admit it is legally relevant. Now, the recommendation itself, as far as cooperative law, cooperative legislation is concerned, and that's I'm coming now finally to the point of harmonization. It contains, at least for me and prima facie, two contradictory paragraphs. One is paragraph 10, where it says, well, cooperative law should translate the cooperative principles into legal rules. And the second one is that, that's paragraph 18, it says we should have common regional and international legislation to support cooperatives. And I think there is a slight contradiction. There is a contradiction because on the one hand, 18 says we should have common legislation, whereas paragraph 10 says we should translate principles into legal rules. And legal principles in general, but legal principles in particular, are not the same as legal rules. Now, I take paragraph 10 as the starting point because I think it's the more important one. It says, cooperative law, that's my words, paragraph 10 says that law should translate the cooperative principles into legal rules. Why is it more important? Well, I think it's more important because it tells us something about other aims we are pursuing, not only through this recommendation, but also through policies, and that is the big aim of sustainable development. If you want to have sustainable development, you must have diversity, including diversity of enterprise types, and that means diversity of cooperative laws, and that means you should not have uniform cooperative law across borders and maybe even across the world. That is important for lawyers because the sustainable development has been repeatedly mentioned by the International Court of Justice as a concept of international law. Now, what do lawyers do when they discover such a contradiction, because they don't like these contradictions? I mean, they start interpreting now, and I started interpreting paragraph 18 so that it would not contradict paragraph 10, and I do that by saying, well, the term, the wording, common legislation in paragraph 18 must be understood to include legal principles. And that is what lawyers, is nothing new for lawyers, nothing new for legislators. It's an important point because social values, including now the cooperative values, cooperative principles, they don't enter the world of law directly. They all come through the door of legal principles. And we have a number of legal principles in general, which are also to be found in the ILO recommendation and in the ICA statement. For example, democracy, equality. And I had a third one, if I'm just looking it up, well, solidarity, of course, which is for me the most important one. Now, when you read the ICA statement and the ILO recommendation, you will find that these values, principles, they are classified as values, whereas we lawyers have them as legal principles. So there is some cleaning up to do, some inconsistencies in the texts, which lawyers have to be aware of, and we have to work on them to make sure that the cooperative values and principles sort of enter via legal principles, cooperative law. There is a lot to do, and there are other things to do. I'm just mentioning 2 or 3 to conclude. Number one is that it's not only cooperatives which are, or let's say those who work on cooperatives, who are concerned that we work and contribute to a better world in the sense of a sustainable world. Sustainable development, I think, has become now our common aim and goal. You are quite aware of that other types of other forms of enterprises also at least claim, and I think it's not only claiming, but they're also doing quite a bit on those issues under the heading, and I simplify again, of corporate social and societal responsibility, in the sense that you see that the social has been enlarged to include societal, and the responsibility is becoming or is, let's say, moving from a moral obligation, political obligation, to legal obligation. So the question, of course, for lawyers now is, where is the differentiating element so that we can still claim to be different, that cooperatives are different from other types of enterprises? And then I think the real challenge for us in the very near future is that we use this term enterprise as if that was sort of a monolithic thing, but the notion of enterprise with the nature of enterprise is changing radically, dramatically, and we see that more and more enterprises, including cooperative enterprises, are integrating into value chains, global value chains, and those global value chains composed of enterprises, entities, are sort of decomposing or deforming into networks of actors. And network of actors are not the same as value chains. And I'm emphasizing this because if our principle of solidarity in the legal sense is so important, that I think it is important, then we have to sort of reinvent the basis, the regeneration of solidarity, because what we are observing is that we are moving from collectivities where solidarity can be regenerated into connectivities, and nobody knows how to reinvent solidarity, how to reinstall, how to regenerate solidarity in such networks of connectivenesses. With that, I'm finished. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm, of course, very happy to engage in the discussion further on.
Thank you so much, Hagen. Thank you for staying in your allotted time, but also you colleagues will also understand why it was so important after the adoption of the recommendation that you became also the head of the cooperative unit in order to exactly start this incredible work that you are conducting still now about trying to explain and transpose the recommendation into practical guidance. And you mentioned already the collaboration with the International Cooperative Alliance. We have heard also this morning Mr. Guaco saying how it was so important for the ICA to start the work with the ILO as the only agency with a specific mandate on cooperatives. And so now it is really a pleasure to pass the floor to two colleagues. First of all, to Jeffrey Moxham, that is the research coordinator under this partnership between ICA and the EU on international development. He will be followed by John Emerson, that is also working on the same project, and they will give us the perspective coming from the ICA, but also from what they see through this research in different countries. Jeffrey, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Anna. And and first of all, congratulations to ILO Co-op on the 100 years. And it's really a big pleasure for us to be here today to speak with you about our research on cooperative law and cooperative legal frameworks. And we have a few slides for you, which are just coming up now. And I just want to say, if we could have the next slide, please. A few words actually on the objective of our ICA-EU partnership, which has been running with the European Commission since 2016. And really what we essentially would like to do in this partnership is to raise the profile of cooperatives as key actors in international development. And so we're really trying to increase the recognition of co-ops, specifically in development policies and programs. And as part of that, we're doing some research and knowledge building activities, as Anna had mentioned. And we have three main activities there. So we have a mapping of cooperative actors, which is a statistical exercise. And we have the legal frameworks analysis, which John and I will speak to you about today. We also have several thematic researches, which is just research on themes that we and our members within the ICA find relevant to co-ops. So that's kind of what we've been doing in this partnership. And so the legal frameworks analysis, it has three specific objectives. Overall, really what we're doing is trying to facilitate knowledge sharing and assessment on the improvement of cooperative legal frameworks. And we're really responding to our members' needs for that. So firstly, what we try to do is acquire general knowledge of the cooperative legal frameworks at the national level within ICA member countries. And we also do look at the supranational frameworks which are in place, if they are. So for example, a HADA in West Africa or Mercosur in the Americas, for example. With that information, we then like to evaluate it to really see how adequate it can be for cooperatives in that space. And then thirdly, with those two pieces, we'd like to really provide some concrete recommendations for the improvement of the legal framework. So maybe in specific fields, such as taxation or financial structures, how might we better create an enabling environment for co-ops? So a very quick word on the methodology there. We designed it in partnership with EURICSE, who many of you will know. And we have an active collaboration really with legal experts at the national level, but also regional legal experts. And so in order to gather the information, we developed a harmonized questionnaire. That was done basically in support of all 4 ICA regional offices. And it's important to mention here that the work we're presenting today is really a great effort of cooperation between the 4 regional offices of the ICA and the research staff who are working there. So we're working kind of in close cooperation with them. And so essentially that questionnaire, legal experts are completing that. And then we are also gathering feedback from ICA members So it's essentially really a member-centered exercise that gives them an opportunity to provide their input on essentially what they might see as the main points to improve. We're taking that information and we're putting it into the format of national reports. And a little later in the process, we would like to kind of centralize that information in the form of regional and global reports. So we'd really like to provide something which is harmonized, which is quite easily accessible. So yeah, looking at this next slide, I just want to give you a little bit of information on where we are with the progress. So what we've done, we've put that information on an interactive online map. So it's an online platform. You can visit that at coopsfordev.coop, and there you can click on the map and you can click on specific countries, and you'll find kind of country summaries and national reports which you can download. So that's all of the information that we have so far. So at the moment, there's 62 countries completed. The majority of those are active on the online platform, and that's covering currently around 56% of ICA member countries. So we're building a bit of a critical mass, but more countries are becoming available each month. And sort of recent reports you can see there, Poland, India, Honduras, Tanzania, from all 4 offices of the ICA. And yeah, and I'd also like to, if we could move on to the next slide, please. Just talk to you a little bit about where we see this tool, where it can fit into kind of wider discussions on the policy and legal frameworks, how we feel this work can have an impact, really. So really, we do visualize the legal frameworks analysis to be a long-term tool. The results have been, like, we're aiming to present these results in a harmonized way. And the online platform is built in such a way that we should be able to update that very easily. So we can also create a kind of a monitoring tool in the way within the ICA for cooperative legislation. Some of those improvements for the legal frameworks which we're outlining, this will be put forward to different stakeholders, and really we can use this as a tool for members or for people who are interested in cooperative law to advocate for a better enabling environment for cooperatives. Then I just want to highlight 2 more points. We can really hopefully compare these different national legal frameworks. This can help us kind of highlight best practices, as you see on the slide there. And lastly, I think it's important to say that we're looking to serve the ICA's membership with this research by trying to involve the member organizations in the production of the national reports and specifically the recommendations. We hope that can provide them with easy to hand accessible information that can kind of, build on this and recommend beneficial changes for the enabling environment for cooperatives. So I'd like to conclude there and pass to my colleague, John. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey, and good morning, everybody. It's a real privilege to be invited here with you today, taking part in the ILO Co-op Unit Centenary, and to talk to you for a bit about our paper, the title which is here, Elements Supporting an Enabling Environment for Cooperative Enterprises. So just for some background, this paper was intended to provide a general overview of research completed under the LFA, supported by examples from different countries, and also by a theoretical framework laid out very comprehensively by Hag and Henry in the ILO's guidelines to cooperative law. So as you can see, today I'll be talking about 4 elements which appear very prominently in this paper. Firstly, implementation and enforcement of cooperative law. Secondly, a level playing field for cooperatives. Third, absence of legal fragmentation. And finally, up-to-date law. So if we can move on to the next slide, we can already talk about the first of these elements, implementation and enforcement of cooperative law. So what's meant by this is that it's not enough to have a legal framework that's strong only on paper. It also has to be enforced if it's to be effective. So we might have a legal framework with provisions to support cooperative development, such as financial grants. However, if there are insufficient checks to identify which organizations actually respect cooperative values and principles, we can end up with pseudo-cooperatives false cooperatives set up to exploit legal advantages for cooperatives. So aside from financial gain, which I've just touched on, other motivations might be to avoid compliance with labor or social security rules. So aside from the social harm this causes, this can also tarnish the reputation of genuine cooperatives. So one example of pseudo cooperatives can be found in South Africa, for which the research has identified a notable presence of pseudo cooperatives in the clothing industry, known for poor wages and labor standards. One means of preventing this phenomenon is cooperative integration. So this typically entails cooperatives at the highest level, monitoring cooperatives lower down in a vertical sense to ensure compliance with the law. So in this research, Italy has also faced the issue of pseudo cooperatives, but has mitigated this problem through a system of strong cooperative integration. By contrast, in South Africa, the legal expert for this country argues that pseudo cooperatives persist due to the lack of a cohesive cooperative movement in the country. So overall, attention must be paid to effective enforcement of any type of cooperative law in order to support cooperative development and to prevent damage to the reputation of cooperatives. So if we move on to the next slide, we can talk about the second element. So to enable cooperatives to compete with other enterprise models, they should be treated as favorably as those enterprises. So in other words, national legislation should provide a level playing field for cooperatives. The research has, however, flagged up that in various countries, this is not the case. In taxation, for example, cooperatives might not be given treatment suitable to the specificities of the business model. In some circumstances, they may even be subject to greater taxation compared to other companies or enterprises, such as in Bolivia, where cooperatives pay double the sectoral tax rate that profit enterprises pay. So for oversight, cooperatives might also be subject to more control compared to companies. So in Bolivia, for example, they are subject to two types of controls, both by the sectoral regulator and also from the nation's cooperative regulator. By contrast, companies are only subject to one type of control from the sectoral regulator. As another point, cooperatives might also be excluded from operating in certain sectors and thus unable to compete with other enterprises. In Colombia, only companies regulated by the country's Code of Commerce can participate in certain sectors. As cooperatives fall outside this legal regime, they are excluded from the sectors falling under this code. There might also be factors that go beyond the scope of the national legislator. In Panama, for example, enterprises are subject to international anti-money laundering rules. In the view of the legal expert for this country, savings and loans cooperatives are subject to disproportionate pressure under these rules regarding their periodic reporting requirements, as well as sanctions they face for non-compliance. So as we see, legislation that treats cooperatives unfavorably impedes them from effectively competing with other enterprises. Further, such legislation might make cooperatives unattractive to entrepreneurs who might otherwise be interested in the model. So moving on to the next slide, we can talk about the third element, absence of fragmentation. So according to ILO, a unified legal framework is beneficial for a coherent public policy for cooperative development and also for cooperative autonomy. However, in numerous countries covered by the LFA, such as Greece, cooperatives are instead governed under various sectoral laws. This has important consequences in the Greek context. For example, cooperatives in different sectors are registered under different authorities. In the view of the legal expert for Greece, this renders comprehensive statistical collection for the movement impossible and prevents a cohesive public policy for cooperatives. For this reason, the legal expert for Greece recommends a general cooperative law with a unified cooperative register. That said, certain types of cooperative might need to be specifically regulated depending on the national context. So for example, in Ivory Coast, where the majority of cooperatives in the country are agricultural, legislation is focused on such cooperatives. However, the legal expert for this country believes the informal sector could be well suited to the cooperative model and would thus benefit from specific regulation. Overall, most national experts in the LFA consider fragmented cooperative legal frameworks as harmful for cooperative development. Even where unification is not feasible, lawmakers are still encouraged to strive for a coherent and not overly complex cooperative law in the interests of cooperative development. We can now move on to the next slide where we can talk about our fourth and final element. So when cooperative law is regularly reviewed and updated, we see this as an indicator that cooperatives are taken into account by policymakers. At the same time, legal experts from some countries in the LFA note that cooperative laws in their countries have not been updated for decades. One example is Ghana, where the legal expert notes that the current law was introduced in 1968 during an era of military dictatorship in order to maximize government control over cooperatives. As such, the current legislation does not adequately serve the contemporary needs of cooperatives in the country. By contrast, experts in other countries have welcomed updates to their cooperative legal frameworks. For Nepal, the expert highlights that the 2015 constitution recognizes the cooperative model as a pillar of the economy. This was accompanied in 2017 by a new cooperative act formulated with the involvement of the country's cooperative movement. Furthermore, in Korea, Republic of Korea, the 2012 Framework Act for Cooperatives has also attracted.
John, you have 1 minute, and please slow down a little bit because it's there is interpretation. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anna. I will move on to the next slide, in this case, just to conclude. So in order to conclude, we can see that these 4 elements are repeated here. And finally, supported cooperative regulations can foster cooperative development and support a fairer, more inclusive and sustainable economy. I can move on to the next slide now, and we thank you for your attention. Thank you. Sorry, there was a lot to cover there.
No, thank you so much. But I think that what you did also, both of you, just already giving all the information where we can find, the online platform on cooperatives for development. I think it's very helpful. It's like we know that this is the first possibility to introduce the work, and we could stay here for a week and the work will not be done. So I think that it's indeed great that you gave so much food for thought, and certainly will be followed up by the participant and those who will see again. I know several times when we do this kind of symposia, not many people can be there, but eventually this will be seen, and the food for thoughts will be shared later on. So I come now to the last of the presentation, of the white presentation for this session 2 on cooperative legislation and policy. And it's a great pleasure to introduce to you our last speaker, that is Gemma Fajardo Garcia, and that is a specialist, a professor of commercial law and a researcher in cooperative law at the University of Valencia. And I particularly appreciate the title of her presentation about associated work is not dependent or autonomous work. So, it's like, can we define this work? And I would say, though, right away, but we need to maintain some fundamental rights in this work, as it was already coming up by the previous presentation when we were talking, for example, about pseudo cooperatives and so on. Without going too much in other details, Gemma, the floor is yours. Thank you for your presentation.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días, good morning. En primer lugar, mi enhorabuena a la organización por su aniversario y mi agradecimiento por la oportunidad que me da de participar como panelista. La convocatoria del simposio sobre cooperativas de la OIT nos recuerda la atención que esta organización ha dedicado a las cooperativas en los últimos años, en particular con la recomendación 193 sobre la promoción de las cooperativas del año 2002, a la que se ha hecho referencia anteriormente mi colega Hagen Henry, o las directrices sobre estadísticas de cooperativas aprobadas en el 2018, de las que se va a hablar a lo largo de este simposio. Este evento es, por tanto, una buena oportunidad para revisar estos documentos y apreciar su contribución en favor de las cooperativas y, en particular, de sus socios trabajadores. La recomendación de la OIT sobre promoción de la cooperativa entiende la cooperativa de acuerdo con la definición, valores y principios de la Alianza Cooperativa Internacional, de la Declaración sobre identidad cooperativa, como nos ha recordado anteriormente el presidente de la Alianza Cooperativa. En esta recomendación, entre otras cosas, además de identificar a la cooperativa como una asociación de personas que se unen para satisfacer sus necesidades y aspiraciones a través de una empresa, propiedad conjunta y controlada democráticamente, recomienda a los gobiernos que establezcan un marco legal favorable para las cooperativas, que sea compatible con su naturaleza y su función y que fomente el desarrollo de las cooperativas como empresas autónomas y, subrayo, autogestionadas. Las personas que se incorporan a una cooperativa pueden tener distintas necesidades y aspiraciones, y en función de cuáles sean las que prevalezcan, diferenciamos distintas clases de cooperativas. Cuando el interés predominante es crear y mantener puestos de trabajo, entendemos que estables y en las mejores condiciones posibles, se denominan cooperativas de trabajo asociado. La Alianza Cooperativa Internacional tuvo la oportunidad de realizar en 2005 una declaración mundial sobre el trabajo cooperativo asociado, en la que diferenciaba 3 modos en los que se puede desarrollar la actividad laboral.
Gemma, we can't hear you.
If you need to change to say, okay.
Pero pueden escuchar, lo siento, pero estaban viendo las presentaciones. Bien, gracias. 3 modos en los que se puede desarrollar la actividad laboral: como trabajo independiente, como trabajo dependiente y como trabajo asociado, cuando el trabajo y la gestión se realizan de manera conjunta. Las características de las cooperativas de trabajo asociado pueden definirse como: su objetivo es crear y mantener puestos de empleo sostenibles para mejorar la calidad de vida de los trabajadores, permitir la autogestión democrática de los trabajadores y promover el desarrollo comunitario y local. La adhesión a las cooperativas de trabajo asociado está condicionada a la existencia de puestos de trabajo. Y como regla general, la mayoría de los trabajadores de la cooperativa son socios y la mayoría de los socios son trabajadores. Su regulación interna se rige por acuerdos adoptados democráticamente y aceptados por todos los miembros trabajadores. Las cooperativas deben de ser autónomas e independientes, y la relación de los trabajadores socios con su cooperativa se considerará diferente al empleo asalariado y al empleo autónomo individual. Es por ello que se puso en marcha un proyecto de investigación entre investigadores de América, fundamentalmente Iberoamérica y de Europa, para determinar cuáles deberían de ser los derechos, obligaciones y responsabilidades del trabajo asociado, a través de la Carta del Trabajador Autogestionado, promovida por una asociación internacional, la Asociación Internacional de Derecho Cooperativo Mutual y de la Economía Social y Solidaria. Este trabajo asociado, según sus conclusiones, no es trabajo autónomo, porque no trabajan de forma independiente los trabajadores, ni interactúan con los clientes por cuenta propia. Tampoco es un trabajo dependiente, porque los trabajadores son los propietarios y son quienes la gestionan directamente o a través de las personas que han elegido, en cuyo caso ese deber de gestión se transforma en un control de la gestión. Las directrices sobre estadísticas de las cooperativas del año 2018 tienen como objetivo facilitar el desarrollo de un conjunto de estadísticas sobre cooperativas que proporcionen información para diversos propósitos que señalan. A estos efectos, las directrices, siguiendo la clasificación internacional de la situación en el empleo, aprobada también por la OIT, califica a los trabajadores socios de las cooperativas como trabajadores dependientes. Estos criterios de clasificación que se utilizan son, por una parte, el tipo del riesgo económico y, por otro, el tipo de autoridad. Según el riesgo económico, se diferencia entre empleados a cambio de salario y empleados a cambio de beneficios. ¿Cuál es la situación en la cooperativa? Según las leyes de cooperativas, los trabajadores socios pueden recibir anticipos y al finalizar el ejercicio económico, si hay excedentes, deben de ser devueltos a los socios, deben ser retornados. Y si hay pérdidas, deben de ser cubiertas por los miembros, a menos que en los estatutos y en los acuerdos de la Asamblea General decidan otros destinos y tengan fondos disponibles para cubrir las pérdidas. Por tanto, los miembros trabajadores de la cooperativa serían empleados por beneficios, pero no pertenecen a ninguno de los grupos de esta categoría que señala esta clasificación. Según el tipo de autoridad, los trabajadores podrían ser independientes o dependientes. Independientes si son trabajadores, si son propietarios, y controlan individualmente su actividad. Pero esto no pasa en la cooperativa, porque en la cooperativa el control es colegiado. Cada socio tiene un voto y las decisiones se toman en conjunto. La otra posibilidad, trabajadores dependientes, son los que no tienen autoridad ni control completo sobre la unidad económica en la que trabaja. Dentro de esta categoría se diferencia entre contratistas dependientes y empleados. Los primeros son empresarios individuales o trabajadores autónomos, que tienen un contrato comercial de suministro de bienes o de prestación de servicios, pero no tienen mucha autonomía para organizar su actividad. Y la mayor parte de sus ingresos dependen de esa única relación. Es lo que en España llamamos trabajador autónomo dependiente o TRADE. La otra posibilidad es ser empleado. Estos tienen un contrato de trabajo. Son trabajadores asalariados por tiempo o por trabajo realizado. No tienen la propiedad mayoritaria de la unidad económica. En esta categoría es donde se incluyen a los trabajadores socios de cooperativas a los que se les paga por tiempo trabajado o por cada tarea o trabajo realizado. ¿Qué ocurre entonces con los socios trabajadores que cobran por beneficios? No nos lo dice. ¿Cuál es el tipo de trabajo en las cooperativas? En la cooperativa podemos encontrar trabajadores que no son socios, por tanto, serían empleados. Trabajadores socios de cooperativas de trabajo, es decir, el control de la cooperativa pertenece a los socios trabajadores. Este sería el caso de trabajo asociado. Pero también tenemos trabajadores socios en otro tipo de cooperativas que comparten la gestión con otro tipo de socios. En este caso, sí podría considerarse que estos socios trabajadores son dependientes si como grupo no tienen la capacidad de determinar las condiciones en las que prestan su trabajo. En una cooperativa, el derecho-deber de trabajar es una consecuencia de la membresía y esta obligación está regulada por los estatutos y por los acuerdos de su Asamblea General. No es necesario contratar, no es necesario firmar un contrato, ni siquiera es conveniente, porque puede producir inseguridad jurídica y discriminación entre los socios. En las cooperativas de trabajo asociado, los socios trabajadores tienen el control de la misma. Deciden con su voto las condiciones de su trabajo y asumen los riesgos económicos de sus decisiones. No son trabajadores dependientes, pero tampoco son trabajadores independientes. Su relación con el mercado es siempre a través y por cuenta de la cooperativa. Este es el elemento clave, aunque puedan tener bastante autonomía en la forma en la que desarrollan su trabajo. No obstante, en la práctica podemos encontrar casos de cooperativas de trabajo falsas, que carecen de autonomía o cuyos socios trabajadores no tienen posibilidad de autogestión. En estos casos no procede calificar ni regular estas relaciones espurias, sino solicitar directamente su descalificación como cooperativa y la aplicación de la legislación que corresponda. En resumen, la clasificación de tipos de trabajo de la OIT es en principio insuficiente. El dilema trabajo dependiente, trabajo independiente no cubre todo el espectro de posibles relaciones laborales. Lo reconoce la propia resolución cuando dice que existe un continuo entre el trabajo dependiente y el independiente. Pero pensamos que la OIT, al elaborar las directrices sobre estadísticas de cooperativas, debería haber considerado al menos el trabajo asociado como una categoría diferente del trabajo independiente y del trabajo dependiente. Como conclusión, la recomendación de la OIT sobre la promoción de las cooperativas del año 2002 hay que valorarla muy positivamente. La idea de medir globalmente la contribución de las cooperativas al empleo y a la actividad económica va a ayudar a visibilizar el impacto positivo de la cooperativa en nuestra sociedad y también debe de valorarse muy positivamente. Pero finalmente la OIT, por su relevancia para el mundo del trabajo, debería comprometerse a reconocer el trabajo asociado como un tipo específico de trabajo propio de las cooperativas, seña de su identidad y uno de sus principales fortalezas. Favorecer la autogestión de sus socios trabajadores, promoviendo su formación cooperativa con el fin de mejorar su gestión empresarial y luchar, por último, contra las falsas cooperativas. Muchas gracias por su atención y quedo a su disposición para las preguntas que quieran formularme.
Thank you, Gemma. Indeed, quite interesting and also quite provocative in the end. I think that eventually, the colleagues also can discuss among themselves as I say that I would like a little flash in the end. But as they did before in the previous panel, allow me first of all to pass, and you probably have seen them, and so I will resume them, some quick questions that had come from the participants. And the first questions were to Hagen. There was a question, if you want. It is true that for us in the ILO, we take it for granted the legal obligation for countries to implement the recommendation, the ILO recommendation 193, without entering into too many detail. If you can explain how this works, but also Licia, that was a question for Mercy. Njeru from XEND. Then Licia Saneriu asked which countries' legal system are more closely aligned with ILO recommendation 193, without making, of course, a classification of preference of countries. But if you can just indicate some good example. And then there was Moussa Alassane, this colleague that was quoting the agreements between several countries in French-speaking Africa, OHADA, that brings together Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Comoros, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Gabon, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, Mali, Niger, Central African Republic, Senegal, Chad, Togo, and DRC. And in 2010, they decided to facilitate the understanding and the application of community legislation. And then they even had a transitional period from 2011 to 2013 in order to implement this legislation. I mean, 7 years have passed. So, I don't know if somebody has some information about what has happened, where we are now. And, also I like the idea of the collaboration. It's a little bit what you, Hagen, were mentioning also about the different countries. So I would like to give you the floor. Let's stick to 3 or 4 minutes each with the questions, and then I want you indeed to give you, because we finish at 12:30, some general final remarks. Please, Hagen. Your microphone is muted.
Thank you, Anna, for giving me the floor, and thank you to those who put the questions forward. I mean, they're all very complex, and could you give me, instead of 4, maybe 40 minutes to get close to an answer? I'll try, but I can only, throw some ideas at all of you. Well, the first one, what are those legal obligations countries have to implement ILO recommendation 193? Well, there are, first of all, as you certainly know, the distinction to be made under the constitution of the ILO between conventions, which are basically treaties, much clearer when it comes to this question, because that is these are enforceable once they're ratified, etc., enforceable treaties, and generally, the content is clearer and more specific. Let's put it that way. So more easy to implement. As far as the recommendation is concerned, I mean, there are people like me, very few, who say that this specific recommendation 193, when it comes to cooperative law, so I'm boiling it down to this specific recommendation and to this specific obligation to do something on cooperative law, it is binding. Now, this is highly disputed, and others would argue no, because you didn't read very well Article 19 of the Constitution of the ILO, which says, well, there is, no further obligation by the member states than to report regularly to the ILO what they have done as far as the implementation is concerned. We could have a long debate on that, but just also to mention, I mean, the ILO recommendation 193 does not only contain issues about law, it's full of policy and other issues, and you would have to see case by case what the specific obligations of the member states are. And that might even vary from country to country, so it makes it even more complex. Now, which country is, good model, which follows very well? Now, this I don't dare to answer, because that, again, is a very complex one, because that involves a close look not only at the cooperative law as such, that is the law on cooperatives, but also you have to scrutinize other areas of law, like taxation, as we heard already, competition law, accounting standards, labor law. All these laws could, reverse your result. If you say, well, it's a good cooperative law, you have bad taxation on cooperatives, well, it reverses the whole judgment. So that is very, very little to be said on that. I mean, if you want to tease me and you want to have an example, I would say that probably the Portuguese cooperative law, the Código Cooperativo in Portugal, is I think the closest you can get. Also, the new code is worse than the one we had until recently in that country. There was a question about informal and formal. Just a quick one. I mean, the ILO recommendation talks about the formalization of the informal actors or sector through cooperatives. It has a paragraph on that. That again is a very highly complex issue. Well, there are three things which I would like to mention. I mean, first of all, what we consider sometimes, lawyers especially, as formal or informal, as informal, could very well be formal in other situations and by other disciplines. So we have to sort out that. There is an issue between states being formalized, of course, and wanting to integrate everything in a formal way. And that is not always possible. But very often when you have this phenomenon of actors drifting towards the informal, which is a universal phenomenon, I think it should be taken as a signal that something in the formal sector is failing and maybe not going the right way. And the third one is, I think we should not by no means formalize everything, because the informal has a value, a very high value in itself. Ohada is one of those examples which I, in my paper, it's mentioned. It's one of those harmonized laws, cross-border, uniform law in those countries, Anna, which you mentioned, 17 member states, and the number of member states will increase in the future. So that is a uniform act that is directly applicable in all those 17 member states. And I should probably add, and I don't want to be too critical, should apply, because there are tremendous issues of implementation which relate to many issues, and we are far from having a unified application of that act in those 17 countries. We have similar phenomenon on the east side of Africa with the East African Community Bill, which is not yet in force, but they will have, I think, similar issues. I hope I covered more or less in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and indeed we could continue. But let me go now to Jeffrey and other panelists if they want to enter. Also, by all means, if somebody wants to also react to the previous speaker, feel free. But also there is a question from Patrick de Welter of the University of Leuven that says, do you have examples of how social partners have supported better legislation and the level playing field for cooperatives? Jeffrey, do you want to go, please?
Sure, yeah, thank you very much, Anna, and thank you, Patrick, for the question there. I think it's a really, really good question. And I mean, we can look at kind of some of the specific things that we have found within the national reports that we discovered. I mean, I think it is, as Hagen mentioned, quite difficult to pick out very specific things, but I could point to two countries. I mean, in Italy, actually, I mean, we've seen kind of the kind of level of vertical integration there, and the law on social co-ops, which is actually considered within the report to be a best practice. And I think you've seen a little bit how that vertical integration and with the Italian Cooperative Alliance and how the cooperative sector has kind of bonded together there has made it easier for them to propose changes to the legislation, for example, in 2016, where they have put forward a proposal on pseudo co-ops, and that had undersigned by 100,000 people. I think it can demonstrate in those cases a bit more the engagement of social partners in the reform of the co-op law. Another really good example that we've come across within these reports is also in Nepal, where the reform, I think that was in 2017, the reform of the cooperative legal framework there was taken in coordination with the co-op movement. And that is something that John and I, we had mentioned in our paper, that is obviously something to strive for. And maybe just a little bit to talk about the converse situation. Maybe in countries where the legal framework is a little bit more fragmented, those legal changes are obviously much more complex. Maybe they're involving different players, different sectors. And I think that makes it a little bit more difficult for social players to kind of convalesce together, and actually for the co-op movement to use its weight. And it does have weight. I do genuinely believe that. But in order for that, for it to move in the right direction, I think that idea of vertical integration is very important. I would stop there. Perhaps my colleague John has something to add to this.
No, I mean, you highlighted those points of vertical integration amongst specifically Italian co-ops, and also the involvement of the cooperative movement. And when we come to reviewing legislation of a country. So I don't have anything to add at this point, but thank you, Jeff, for a very good answer there.
Thank you, Jeffrey and John. And indeed, as Italian, I can certainly also, reaffirm, the strong debate and the interaction among also with the social partners. But of course, it's like, and here we go back to Gemma, just the fact that, sometimes, the trade unionists have also, mentioned that cooperatives were used in order to deny some workers' rights. And I would say that probably also that was the fear sometimes when the discussion of Convention 193 was discussed. This was very much present in the concern of the labor movement. But Gemma, here we have indeed a question that is coming from Manuel Marino. I will read it in English because for the easier way, but you probably have already seen it in Spanish, but for our recording, I think that we need also to read it. And it says, the problem that we have is arising in several Latin American countries is that associated work cooperative is the payment of social charges, since many of them do not do it, precisely claiming that they are not independent workers, and that therefore they have to do them themselves. So, this again, how do we make sure that workers maintain their rights? And so Gemma, here to you.
A mí me gustaría, gracias Ana y gracias Manuel por la pregunta. Me gustaría aprovechar la pregunta de Manuel para hablarles de una medida legal que hay en España que, en mi opinión, es satisfactoria al respecto. En España hay dos regímenes de seguridad social: régimen general para los trabajadores asalariados o dependientes y el régimen de autónomos. Las cooperativas pueden decidir en sus estatutos si quieren estar en el régimen general o en el régimen de autónomos. La decisión es igual para todos. Entonces, la legislación de seguridad social dice que el pago de la carga social en el régimen de autónomos le corresponde al trabajador. Pero si el trabajador no paga, responde la cooperativa. Entonces, en la práctica, es la cooperativa la que se responsabiliza de pagar al régimen de la seguridad social, tanto al régimen general como al régimen de autónomos, precisamente por la responsabilidad subsidiaria que tiene en el caso de que el trabajador no pagara. Es, por tanto, un control de que todos están cumpliendo con sus obligaciones sociales. Esa decisión de un régimen u otro, que debe de constar en los estatutos y aplica a todos, es por 5 años. Esto es muy útil porque cuando una cooperativa se constituye, sus primeros 5 años es bueno tener menos costes sociales. Pero a partir de los 5 años, los trabajadores, por lo general, quieren estar en el régimen general. Entonces cambian los estatutos y pasan al régimen general. Creo que es una buena medida legal, por lo menos es satisfactoria. Otra cosa es que hayan falsas cooperativas que lo aprovechen para reducir sus costes sociales. Pero esas falsas cooperativas hay que denunciarlas y hay que descalificarlas. No hay que perjudicar un régimen que es bueno para el 90% de las cooperativas.
Indeed, and I think that this links very much also about you know, the legislation, and also, for example, the labor inspection, all the other means. You know, we cannot see all these elements standalone. I saw that Hagen was raising his hand. So, were you asking for the floor?
Yeah, I mean, just to quickly react, I fully agree with what Gemma was saying. I think that in many countries, the reticence to see this worker cooperatives as, or the statute of the worker in a worker cooperatives as a third category relates is well, in particular to this issue of then to have you know, to not have social protection for those workers, because only those who have sort of a formal employment contract or work contract would fall within the social security schemes. And we have a similar issue in many Central Asian countries where the social security is also financed, if I understand correctly, I'm still trying to understand fully, through the tax on income. Now, if you know, when we come as cooperative lawyers and say, well, you know, there should be a special income tax for cooperatives, basically meaning that the income generated on the transactions with the members should not be taxed at all, would mean, you know, they don't pay taxes, but then they don't have any social security coverage. So they are opposing that, but they're opposing it, you know, without really saying it. So we have to get out of the political discussion and see why is there reticence in the one case to say, well, there are, you know, a third category, and why in the other case, like in Central Asia, they say, well, no, they should by all means pay income tax. So that to wrap it up, I mean, we have to look at the much broader you know, notion of cooperative law than just to look at the cooperative law as such.
Thank you. I have 2 last questions that, and probably there are more, but we are really coming to the end of the time, you know, and I have asked as, you know, a trade union negotiator you would expect me to do, to have a little bit of minutes more, but let me use these 2 in order to elicit your collective, and so just giving, you know, 1 minute, 2 minutes to each of you afterwards. One was an interesting question from Haiti, where Charlie Camillien Victor was saying, well, and it was retaking actually something that Hagen was saying before, when he was saying sometime we need to leave also some informality. And this colleague is saying, you know, sometime, you know, when we have done a legislation, you know, just like we have, sometimes the legislation legislation could constitute an obstacle in case the cooperative sector is not correctly defined and following the different cultural system. You know, it's like in Haiti, so-called modern cooperatives have not taken into consideration the existence of traditional forms of cooperation. So how do we maintain this? And for this panel especially, you know, it's like the fact that we want to legislate. We see the added value on creating, you know, some legislation. On the other end, you know, not only, you know, it's like sometimes this can hinder, or we could have some specific interest in order to go in different ways. And then Samuel Bark also, you know, he says again, you know, a general theme about how do, he says, I see how many stakeholders struggles to promote the development of new legislation and, you know, just like, and they are unaware of the vast and extensive work on cooperative legislation. You know, how can we further facilitate it, mutual learning and collaboration? Let me add also my question. You know, it's like I want to ask you, what else do you want the ILO to do? You know, what should the ILO do in your wish list? So Hagen, I start with you again. I hope that we have had you know, yes, indeed, Simel says that we have a little bit of time more, but don't exaggerate. Hagen, the floor is yours.
About this not exaggerating, I'm not sure, Anna, whether I can, you know, satisfy your request. Yeah, I mean, the formal and the informal and the, you know, bad and good laws, there is a lot to say. I try to, I mean, this has been with my work for forever, you know, will stay with me. And it has to do a little bit with what I try to say. We should understand, first of all, that the principles, the cooperative principles, which we try to translate into legal rules, are principles. And we should make use of this possibility to interpret these principles according to the needs, you know, we have in a specific country, a specific region, or whatever. And so I sometimes feel, including myself, you know, that we are too strict and saying, well, no, it has to be that way because of whatever. So I think there is more leeway in the principles, and we should make use of it. That is one way. The other way, which is closely related, is that I think that in many countries, the possibility of adapting the principles and the law to the specific needs of cooperatives should be done through the statutes of the cooperatives. So they are also part of the cooperative law. So that, again, you know, the law very often is much too strict, does not, you know, leave enough leeway under the principle of autonomy to the cooperatives. Not everything has to be regulated in detail in the law. It can be done through the statutes, always provided, of course, that there is some monitoring going on. And I would come back to the case of Italy, for example, where you have a very well functioning and effective vertical structure of unions and federations who do most of that monitoring, as they do in other countries, but not in enough. There's something we haven't discussed here at all. We're talking, and I'm sure that most of the listeners will understand now that we're talking about primary cooperatives. We haven't mentioned the tremendous importance of vertical structures, because they are not only, you know, doing this monitoring, but they are part of this very structure of primary cooperatives for many reasons. So that should, and that's a very ailing issue in many countries, that we do not have effective, well-functioning secondary and tertiary higher level cooperatives. So that on the formalization, yes, and then of course, I mean the whole issue of, you know, cultural differences, which is obvious, but again, I think the principles allow us to accommodate those differences. There was a second thing Anna, I forgot, what was the other thing?
Was my question, what do you think the ILO should be doing? A toolkit, somebody says a toolkit for management, but is there anything else?
I try to forget that, your question, because actually, but now, to be honest now, there is no, there is no one wish. I just hope that, the work on cooperative law will carry on. And I'm one of those, quite well, Anna, and others also. I'm not the one who says that cooperative law is the most important. It is not. It's one element, but I think it's a necessary element, but by far not the only and not the most important. But without, and I think we all understand slowly that as more political turmoil we face, I think we might rediscover the value of agreeing on standards. It's like playing football. It's nothing else. You agree on rules before you play. That's it.
Thank you. Jeffrey.
Thank you, Anna. And I agree very much with what Hagen has mentioned in terms of finding that balance also between the bylaws and what appears more in the formal legal framework. And I think that's also looking at the principle of autonomy as well, and how that works in practice. And the further it goes in that direction, the more these kind of problems seem to emerge. At least that's kind of what we've seen in the research. And I have a few reflections on the second point as well, in terms of how we can actually get cooperative law much more out there for people. Like, I really think it has to be, we have to try to make it very accessible. That's something that we've been trying to do there, and easy for people to understand, and also for those who don't practice law or who are studying law or lawyers, to try to make that information much easier, and for people to be able to become involved, because it can be incredibly technical, I think. So that's one thing. And then it relates to kind of education and training. I mean, that's also in the cooperatives sort of raison d'etre, to have more partnerships with educational institutions that can get this idea of cooperative law and into schools and universities, and maybe try to make that much more prominent. And I mean, it's something that you hear all the time. But I think it can link to even these discussions on worker autonomy, where these kind of technicalities of like, how do we deal with worker ownership in practice, like even this we can tackle through education. So those are my kind of concluding thoughts.
Somebody muted me. John, do you want to add something for 30 seconds? You are muted.
So very quickly, so in terms of definition, this is really important. I think if we look into the work going into the model African law for cooperatives, I think there's a real focus on decolonizing cooperative law, which when it was first set up in many countries was sort of copy-pasted from contexts that weren't very suitable to local cooperative contexts. So I think that's, I don't have much time here, but that's like just my only thought there.
Thank you, John. And Gemma, unmute yourself, please.
Apoyo totalmente lo que ha dicho Hagen, lo que ha dicho Jeffrey. Quiero recordar además que los principios cooperativos son pautas de comportamiento, que lo importante son los valores, así lo indicó en su momento Jan McPherson. Son los valores los que tienen que inspirar la cooperación, la equidad, la solidaridad. Lo otro son prácticas que responden a esos valores. Pueden haber otras prácticas igual de legítimas y, por tanto, totalmente de acuerdo con la flexibilidad, la posibilidad de los estatutos de adaptar el modelo a las necesidades de las personas. Y en cuanto, por último, bueno, añadiría a la lista de Jeffrey, además de la formación y la educación, la importancia de la intercooperación. que es un elemento muy valioso y que no se utiliza. Y por último, en cuanto al tema de la informalidad, yo creo que hay que apoyar cualquier tipo de iniciativa económica que dé trabajo a las personas. Y luego hay que luchar para conseguir la formalidad de esos negocios, pero hay que dar la posibilidad de que las personas vivan de su trabajo, porque eso es trabajo digno. Es mejor eso que vivir de la beneficencia o de la caridad. Por tanto, bienvenido al emprendedor y que con el tiempo y con la ayuda del movimiento cooperativo y con la ayuda de los estados y de los ayuntamientos vayan mejorando sus posibilidades de sobrevivir de su trabajo.
Thank you so much, Gemma. Thank you so much, everybody. Unfortunately, I cannot give the floor to Simel also for some comments as I would have wanted, but she will have the possibility to continue and to talk to each of you. Thank you to all the people that have stayed with us, even if we went longer. I think that it's very important, including in the question, there are issues on taxation, other issues that are coming up. The symposium is 2 days. All these issues can be discussed even further. I must say that, you know, the good thing is that there is a possibility for the discussion on cooperative and social solidarity economy to come up as a general discussion in the ILO conference in the coming years. And why not? That could be the occasion if that happens, which I really hope so. You know, that could be also the occasion to rethink also if we need new instruments in the future. You know, of course, the ILO, it's a 100-year history. It's not something that ends now. So thank you so much. The session ends now, and it's a break of around 2 hours, a little bit less because we have taken more time. The next session starts at 2:30 p.m. It will be chaired by Stefania Marcone. Please stay with us, have a sandwich, come back. This is really important thoughts for the future of work, for the future of the ILO. Thank you so much. Good afternoon and good evening or good morning to all. Bye-bye.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Ciao. Yeah.
Ciao, Simel. How are you?
Good, and you?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, it is a pleasure and an honor to me, Simel. Hello, Octavia. Octavia, sorry. Where do you come from? From Luxembourg?
Yeah, hi. So I'm from Switzerland, but I work now in Luxembourg. So my affiliation is the University of Luxembourg. Yeah.
Luxembourg, okay, okay. Nicola from South Africa?
Yes, hello from Johannesburg.
Hello, hello. And Georgia from Brussels?
Hello, everyone.
Hello. And Joanna from Portugal, isn't it?
Okay. Yes, hello. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, all of you, and your microphones are working well. Yeah, there is an echo. Okay, sorry, we are fixing a problem with sound here. We had 2 good sessions. Can you help me get out? Ottavia, can you hear me? No.
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if the mic was working. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, now it works very well without echoes.
Or you couldn't hear. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for letting us know. Welcome back, everyone. We now start with the third thematic session of the ILO COOP 100 Symposium on Cooperating for Social Justice and Decent Work. The chair for this session is Stefania Marcone from Lega Coop, Italy. Stefania, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Simel. Good afternoon or good morning to everyone. As mentioned, my name is Stefania Marcone. I am an Italian cooperator in charge of the international relations and European policy office of a national apex cooperative organization called the Lega Coop. In 2017, representing the Alliance of the Italian Cooperatives set up by the three main Italian apex organizations, I was elected board members of Cooperatives Europe, the multi-sector representative organization of the European cooperative movement. For me, it's really a pleasure to welcoming you all in this session devoted to cooperation in context. let me take this occasion, of course, to congratulate with the ILO COOP unit for this first 100th anniversary of strong commitment and hard work to promote, develop, support cooperatives and social and solidarity economy around the world. Let's say I can be a testimonial, at least of the last 30 years of the important results of this partnership with the ICA, the ILO, the different partners to promote and strengthen cooperatives throughout the world, from the advocacy and policy point of view, as well as at the grassroots level, promoting a program and project that have allowed generation of women and men cooperators in all the four corners of the world to get empowered. And so I want really take this occasion to thanks once again for this important work that jointly is carried out with the International Cooperative Organization. Let me start entering into our discussion. Today we will talk about cooperatives in different geographical and socioeconomic contexts and sectors, thanks to the contribution of our distinguished four panelists that we share with us their experiences, their reflections, and providing us a lot of food for thoughts. Let me, before giving the floor to the first speaker, to remind you some practical information. As you know, we will have interpretation in English, French, and Spanish. Okay, you will see here. Of course, after the full presentation, you will have the possibility to pose questions to our panelists. Please use the questions and answer area and not the chat, because the chat is used for logistic and technical issues. Thank you. And now we can start with our presentation. We will start with Octavia Cima. Octavia is a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Geography and Spatial Planning of the University of Luxembourg. She's interested in agrarian transformation and how traditional or innovative forms of collective organization among farmers can support sustainable agricultural practices. Octavia will share with us her experiences in terms of a non-normative understanding of cooperatives concerning her experiences in Kyrgyzstan. Octavia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So you can hear me well? Yeah. Fine. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here and to have the possibility to present my paper, which is based on my doctoral research, which I conducted between 2014 and 2019 in Kyrgyzstan. Next slide, please. Okay, my reflections start from the encounter with a very widespread narrative stating that cooperatives have mostly failed in Kyrgyzstan as well as in ex-socialist countries more generally. So in this paper, I would like to question the too rigid and normative understanding of cooperatives that I argue underpin this narrative, and then building on the observation of local experiences of cooperation in rural Kyrgyzstan, I will propose a more flexible, non-normative approach to cooperatives and cooperation. Next slide, please. Thank you. So Kyrgyzstan, which you see here on the map of Central Asia in orange, was a Soviet republic, so it was part of the Soviet Union until its independence in 1991. So after the independence, so which means that the agricultural sector was mainly organized in collective and state farms. So after 91, there was a process of decollectivization and land distribution, which resulted in a fragmented agricultural sector. So simultaneously, Kyrgyzstan opened quite quickly to international development cooperation. And so several development programs were promoting rural development, and some targeted specifically the promotion of service cooperatives. So as a consequence, there was a boom in the number of the registered cooperatives, but still today, most of them seem to be failed. Next slide, thank you. So the narrative stating that cooperatives have failed in Kyrgyzstan is very widespread among all kinds of actors, development workers, governmental actors, villagers, and also some scholars. And the causes that are identified, so usually point to the local population. So they point to the lack of knowledge and understanding of the concept of cooperatives by farmer. They point to the passivity of farmers, their lack of interest in cooperation, and their incapacity and inadequacy for cooperation. And this is also reproduced by farmers themselves, so this narrative. And often all these attitudes are somehow related, so or seen as a legacy of the Soviet past. Next slide, please. So the consequence of this widespread narrative, so on the one hand, is really so a widespread sense of inadequacy and hopelessness among the local population, and also the reinforcement of the binary between the developed and the underdeveloped, meaning that farmers often see themselves as underdeveloped and incapable of development, and they strive to development of the Western or global North. So, but a more material consequence is also the disengagement of donors from the support to cooperatives. And in Kyrgyzstan today, there are really no project that is specifically targeting cooperatives. Thank you. So on the other hand, so I spent a lot of time sharing the everyday of farmers and observing their practices. And talking to them. And I could reconstruct actually how development projects build indeed on existing groups of farmers to promote their activities. So with cooperatives, what happened was that in the 2000s, especially the years 2000s, so development workers who were already collaborating with informal groups of farmers often suggested to these farmers to register as a formal cooperatives, but mainly with the aim to access specific resources with the seal of the cooperative, especially credit schemes that were targeting cooperative. But the aim was not really to change farmers' agricultural practices. Thank you. So I could also observe in the village really a lot of cooperation practices within the formal framework of the cooperative, but mainly beyond the formal framework of cooperatives. And these cooperation practices, which include also collective production among farmers, is really central for the agricultural sector in Kyrgyzstan today. So many of these practices are not formalized. But this does not mean that they are not regulated. Indeed, they are regulated through well-established reciprocal obligations, especially within networks, informal networks of relatives and friends. So because these practices are not formalized, they also remain very much flexible and adaptive. And they also include actually redistribution mechanisms, meaning that better off farmers often through these networks share their resources, their agricultural inputs, their produce, or also their knowledge with other farmers. So when I point to this cooperation practice, I really don't want to romanticize such practices. And I really want to to suggest or to claim for a specific attention to the power relations that indeed shape these practices. So I have talked about redistribution mechanisms within these informal practices, but indeed the distribution of value and especially of labor obligations is not always fair and equal, and especially young women carry a lot of labor burden more than other social groups in the village. And also the decision-making and the self-determination of individuals within these networks sometimes are limited, and especially again for younger villagers and especially for women. Next, yeah, thank you. So here we can compare, so on the one hand, the narrative of failed cooperatives and of lacking cooperation, and on the other hand, so the observation on the ground of widespread practices of cooperation. So, and this for me actually suggests that the narrative of failed cooperatives in Kyrgyzstan is based on a narrow understanding of cooperatives that obscures the achievements of cooperatives in the country while making invisible other forms of cooperation. So in this narrative, cooperatives are evaluated against a very limited definition of what a successful cooperative is. And this limited definition of success makes failure almost inevitable. And what is a successful cooperative is the ideal model of service cooperatives, whereas production cooperatives are stigmatized also as a reaction to the Soviet past and the Soviet collective cooperatives. And also like this definition of success focuses very much on formalized institution and cooperation and oversees how informal practices relate and sometimes support formal cooperatives. Thank you. So what can we learn then from these local experiences in Kyrgyzstan? So for me, the main really point, very important, is to acknowledge that ideal models are always and necessarily reinterpreted in practices. So the ideal model of cooperative or of service cooperatives so doesn't exist in practice because it is always readapted and renegotiated at the local level. So therefore, I actually invite ourselves as researchers or as development workers or as cooperators or policymakers to really avoid comparing existing cooperative experiences with narrow and normative definitions of cooperatives as institutional objects with clear boundaries. So instead, I suggest to approach cooperatives as processes of cooperation. So, and these processes are never fixed, and they have their own intrinsic value as processes and not as the object as an outcome. And in this, I am very much inspired by Gibson Graham's work and their call for choosing to view, I quote, choosing to view cooperatives as the complex, surprising, unfinished outcome of innumerable contingent acts and decisions. Thank you. So when approaching cooperatives to understand them and to realize their potential, so I suggest that instead of having like lists of check boxes that we have to tick, that we have like some open questions that we have to ask. And here are just a couple of ideas, but of course there are many others that we can ask. But today I would like to point first of all to the diversity of cooperation practices. So really the diversity of cooperation practices that are formalized and within formal frameworks of cooperatives, but also the non-formalized practices that are non-monetized maybe or non-marketized, and how these relate indeed with the formal cooperatives. And the next point is also the diversity of communities and their internal structures and power relations, and also the relationships of these different elements of communities with formal cooperatives. And this leads to the last point, which is like the forms of inclusions and exclusions that are necessarily produced by cooperation practices. And so if we identify these inclusions and exclusions, I think, so we can then realize the potential of cooperatives to expand the inclusive mechanisms that we would like to expand and to tackle the problematic exclusionary ones. Yeah, and to finish, so I have a wish for the 100th birthday of the ILO Cooperative Unit, which for me represents so one element of a big global cooperative community. And my wish is really that this community can remain a platform to share and exchange concrete, ongoing and always imperfect experiences of local cooperation, and that will really remain open to the diversity of the experiences without becoming actually an entity that normatively evaluates and judges diverse experiences of cooperation as successful or failed. And in the next slide, you have my references. Thank you. We don't hear you, Stefania, sorry. You're muted.
Thank you, Octavia, for sharing your reflection, thinking, and sound experiences in Kyrgyzstan. I was thinking about the importance of the collaboration at the international level, because you raised very important issues, formalization of cooperatives, non-formalized cooperatives, rethinking cooperatives, how we can improve and enlarge a too narrow understanding of cooperatives. Yes, you mentioned cooperation as a process. We know, starting from the grassroots level, it is fundamental, as well as a mutual trust, involvement of different stakeholders, sound participation of members are fundamental, as well also the ecosystem, including, of course, the legislation. You mentioned the diversity and the inclusion. The diversity is a wealth, as an asset for the cooperative movement, and you underline this aspect. Thank you so much, Octavia. And now we move to our second speaker, Nicola Koundourakis from South Africa. Nicola is an experienced social researcher and entrepreneur, focused on addressing some of the world's most pressing problems through community-centric and cooperative methodologies, integrating innovation with participation. Nicola has co-founded FEED, a project that brings together her passion for people and the planet through the lens of food. Nicola will share with us cooperation in action, community-supported agriculture as a pathway towards localized value chain. Nicola, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefania. Hello, everyone. It's lovely to be here today. I'm humbled to have been selected to participate in this panel. Thank you, Octavia, for your presentation. It was incredibly thought-provoking, and the links are already going. You can move to the next slide, please. So the introduction to what I'm going to be discussing today is really just a very quick definition of CSA, Community Supported Agriculture, which involves an agreement between farmers and consumers and can manifest in various ways. And this has been used in a number of different countries, both for the primary reason to facilitate food flows, but also to realize some other socioeconomic and development outcomes. And the question that is posed is, what are the ways that CSA can really respond to the localization of these value chains? There's a beautiful quote from Urgency, which is one of the key bodies in the CSA space. They say CSA represents a relevant locus for triggering civic responsibility in economic relations and for setting up a social network of solidarity between farmers and consumers, building more socially just and sustainable communities. Next, please. We go on to the context. And the point in time that we find ourselves in is really a nexus of multiple crises: economic, social, ecological, health, especially at the moment. And we've begun to realize more and more just how fragile our systems are. Much of the commercial activity that's taking place is highly extractive, very industrial, and is contributing to things like climate collapse and the exacerbation of inequality. Our food system is really homogenous in a way that it shouldn't be, with the majority of the world's population reliant on the dominant agri-food model. People are divorced from where their food originates, and at the same time, food security and malnutrition is rife and set to grow worse. Thank you, next please. But we can change this, is the point. If we look at CSA as a framework, the principles that it's founded on, which you'll recognize are very similar to those espoused by the Cooperative Unit of ILO, is partnership, localization.
Nicola,
Yes.
sorry if I interrupt you. Can you check your sound, because there is a noise under your voice, please?
I'm terribly sorry, it's my computer. It's working overtime.
Okay, thank you.
I'll step the volume up a little. So some of the other principles: solidarity, the consumer and the producer in tandem. I'm sorry, there's an errant bullet there. Then we think about smallholder farming, and this is often closely tied to CSA. It's sort of geared towards that model. This is one of our most ancient activities, and if we really enhance and enable smallholder farming, this allows us to access local, fresh, and affordable food. There are studies that show that if these farms are supported in the right ways, they can be really remarkably productive and offer numerous other benefits to the communities. There is recognition emerging around CSAs, but there's still some way to go. And the last thing I want to say on this point is there are various ways to do CSA. I think, speaking to Ottavia's point, it's not a prescriptive approach. There's really a principle or an idea behind it, but how that unfolds in context may be quite different. Next slide, please. So why CSA? Why select this particular model? Well, there's a lot of potential here. There are some definitions that we're working with currently, but these can be broadened and across geographical boundaries. We can look at enhancing food security, food sovereignty. We can also promote agroecology and enhance resilience of our systems. We can support smallholder farmers. We can bring people closer to their food. And while we're doing this, encourage fair labor practices, promote the solidarity economy, and also shift power in favor of communities. And sorry, if you would just go back, there's a model there, if you just take a look, that really captures this concept of how community-supported agriculture is directly linked to sustainable community attributes. But as a kind of second layer, there are a number of social and financial and health and environmental outcomes that we can expect. Next, please. So we're going to look at a couple of case studies of CSAs in practice. Next, please. Right, one of them is a very famous example in Pennsylvania in the US. It's called Penn's Corner Farmer Alliance. That's a multi-farm CSA, so the farms themselves are in a cooperative, and there's a cooperative agreement with the Consumer Buying Club. And the reason they've done this is increased diversity, and it's also a risk mitigation strategy, but they've pulled their resources, so there's centralized processing and packing and distribution going on. And this has been quite a learning curve. Members of the cooperative have pointed out that it's taken a long time to get to the point where price point is at an optimal equilibrium, where there are other kind of business opportunities such as processed food available to the consumers. And there's still significant scope to educate people on what a CSA is and how it works and why participate. Next, please. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the Portuguese. Unfortunately, don't speak the language, but I might draw on my colleague Joanna to attempt that one for us. This is in Brasilia in Brazil. Some of the key innovations and takeaways from this CSA is they actually emerged out of a UNDP initiative that focused on water supply and water security, but that then kind of evolved into a larger focus on soil quality, the use of that soil, farming. And what they do here is they employ a fairly traditional CSA financial model where consumers actually pay upfront for a harvest. So this is kind of your prototypical model, which is great because it shares the risk between farmer and consumer, but doesn't work in every context, of course. And they've really seen some amazing benefits since rolling out this program. Next, please. This is in Boston, also in the United States, Farmer Dave's. They work with lower income communities primarily. So the way that they're able to deliver this program is through strategic partnerships with housing, stakeholders, public health, agri, and they integrate with the US SNAP program, which is their food voucher program. But what it does take is a lot of admin. This is a laborious type of process that they have to go through to run things smoothly. But it really illustrates the potential of, in this case, urban partnerships in unlocking a kind of multiplication of benefits through investment in these communities. And something really beautiful that's emerged out of this is quite an organic peer-to-peer farmer education network. Next, please. This is in Belgium, futsal teams, I think, in Flanders. This is actually quite an extensive network of community-supported agriculture hubs. It's been going for a long time. What this community has been able to achieve is the development of a web platform to facilitate all of these flows and connections. And this is at quite a large scale at this point. There's several million euros per annum that are circulating through this network, of course, going straight into those local economies. And there's really been an increase in the food sovereignty of the communities, the individuals, and the farmers as well who are participating. Next, please. This is in Denver. Apologies for another European example, but I selected this one because it's a hyper-urban context. So there are two farms. There's a Granata farm and there's Ster Acre farm. The former exists in a partnership with the Housing Authority of Denver. And they've really taken a behavioral angle of trying to shift the dynamics and the understanding of people between themselves and their relationships with food. But they are experiencing a number of challenges in the context they find themselves in, including vandalism and finding a price point that is fair to both farmer and consumer. In Ster Acre, they have pointed out that it's really challenging to secure access to land and water in an urban setting where that is at a premium. So they've partnered up with city parks, and that's how they're able to deliver. And they actually share a site with a community garden. So there's some sharing going on there. There's some seed swapping, classes, public visits. And they've really outlined the potential for CSA to be used as a cultural toolkit, which is, I just think is wonderful. Next, please. So to conclude, a couple of takeaways from these examples and linking it back to our original thesis. We've had a look at a review of some of the key CSA literature, linked it to our current context, our future where we want to see ourselves in a better world. And there's an argument here for CSAs to be used as a guiding model for future agri and community development projects. But again, loosely, we need to be quite sensitive to context. As you've seen through the analysis of the case studies, we're looking at multi-dimensional benefits through the CSAs potentially, which is really very exciting. Some of the core outcomes that we've identified are things like improved access to local and healthy food, enhanced community health, multi-stakeholder collaborations, economic and ecological benefits. And what I'd just like to say is, you know, CSAs or any form of cooperative really are not a silver bullet to address all of society's ills, but provide a compelling case for cooperation and really the reconfiguration of systems and shifting power balances. What this does require, though, is a paradigm shift. Especially at the local government level, I feel there's a lot of potential to leverage these CSAs to look at realizing local development goals and to unlocking partnerships. And then even potentially at a regional or a territorial level, as we've seen in Flanders with their network, inter and intra CSAs can be really quite powerful. And of course, there are various ways to do this. We can link with welfare programs, as we saw in the US, to achieve a form of well-being that has a more of a bottom-up approach. And perhaps this could even, in a larger way, supplement our supermarket model and provide alternatives for people to participate and also inform the food system. Thank you very much. My references are available on request.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you so much. And your address make me thinking about the community cooperatives that in Italy, as well as in other countries of the world, we are developing. And also the role, the important role that cooperatives play for small farmers around the world. It is important not to forget that. As well also, you well underlined the cross-sectoral approach to the issues of community-supported cooperatives. And in all your example, I noticed very much this let's say, holistic approach. And I think that is worthwhile to underline, as well as the fact also to promote solidarity, as well as, I think, strategic alliances at national and international level that is a prerequisite, of course, to implement what we mentioned. And from the agricultural sector, now we move to our third speaker, Giorgia Trasciani. She's a communication officer at EuroCoop since 2016. In 2020, she obtained a PhD in economics and international studies at the University of Aix-Marseille in France and at the University of Naples in Italy. Her research focused on aspects of the social and solidarity economy, particularly the role of association, cooperatives, and social enterprises in developing social services. Please, Giorgia, the floor is yours. Giorgia will share with us the reflections and experiences in terms of ethically sound supply chain in the consumer perspective.
Hello, everyone. My name is Giorgia Trasciani, and I work as communications officer for EuroCoop. EuroCoop is the European Community of Consumer Cooperatives, which brings the voice of consumer cooperatives before the European institutions and facilitates the inter-member exchanges between national associations. Today, I'm going to present a work developed together with the EuroCoop team based in Brussels, titled Ethically Sound Supply Chains, a Consumer Cooperative Perspective. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is the outline of the presentation. Firstly, I will give you an overview of the instrument put in place by different kind of actors in order to ensure transparency throughout the supply chains. So basically, the first step of our research consisted in mapping the instruments put in place. Secondly, I will show you why the consumer cooperatives could be defined as different business models. Thirdly, I will present the methodologies and the case studies developed thanks to the data collected. And then I will conclude and give you some policy recommendations based on our data. Next one, thank you. Before starting the presentation, I would like to give you some background information about EuroCOOP. EuroCOOP is the Association of Consumer Cooperatives in Europe, founded in 1957. EuroCOOP currently brings together the national structures of 19 countries in Europe, which in turn represent 7,000 individual cooperatives, 750,000 employees, 30 million members, generating a cumulative turnover of 69 billion. Next one, please. Thank you. As already mentioned, my presentation focuses on the instruments for ensuring transparency throughout the supply chains. But why we need this kind of instruments? Actually, supply chains in the globalized world became particularly complex. While complex global supply chains could offer opportunity in terms of social and economic development, they also represent serious human rights risks that many companies fail to successfully address. This kind of risk could be labor right violation, child labor, violation of the right to health, violation of rights related to access to land, food, or waters. So in this context, consumers, NGOs, civil societies are putting increasing pressures on economic actors to ensure transparency throughout the supply chains, on economic and other institutional actors. Next one, please. So the first step of our work consisted in mapping the instruments put in place by different actors. We organize these instruments into three categories, which represent the three levels of implementations. The first category is the institutional one. The second one is the inter-organizational level. The third level is the organizational level. The first level is the institutional, the institutional level, and include international norms and protocols such as United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, United Nations Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, ILO Declaration of Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. Although they are among the most implemented and the most important instruments, however, they are not legally binding. So basically, when it comes to their implementation, the choice is left to companies. Next one, please. The second set of instruments is the joint initiatives, inter-organizational actions. Basically, organizational studies recognize since a while the power of inter-organizational partnerships in order to accelerate change, raising awareness, and sharing relevant resources. There are different kinds of partnerships with public authorities, such as public-private partnerships, but also with other kinds of private actors, such as companies or charities. Next one, please. The third set of instruments we defined are the individual organization initiatives, such as internal codes of conduct, international engagements, responsible sourcing, traceability of the products, education, information, and training. Next one, please. So while for the most part of the companies, it would represent an expensive burden, consumer cooperatives are among the economic actors which are playing a crucial role in the implementation of instruments aimed at making human rights respected along the whole supply chain. But why they are a different kind of business model? Well, actually, consumer cooperatives are economic organization value-based, oriented towards services rather than just profit. They operate on well-established principles, the 7 International Cooperative Alliance principles, which include member participation, education, trading, information, cooperation among cooperatives, concern for community. Consumer cooperatives are also traditionally at the forefront in answering societal issues, particularly related to citizens and workers' well-being. Let's just remember that the first consumer cooperative by Rochdale pioneers in 1844 has been created to fight against workers' poverty. Finally, consumer cooperative represented in an international federation or association such as EuroCOP, become a catalyzer to send important messages to policymakers. Next one, please. So to save some time, I will skip the methodology, but feel free to ask me questions later. So next one. I will just mention that we developed a number of case studies based on semi-structured interviews and focus groups. And I will present these case studies in order to show you in practice what consumer cooperatives do in order to implement the instruments for ensuring transparency throughout the supply chains. The first case study is represented by S Group, which is the EuroCOP member from Finland. And the S Group developed a number of programs. I selected just part of them. Let's start with the Best Place to Live program, which is a program aims at improving Finland's living conditions. And the part of this program is dedicated to the promotion of human rights along the supply chains. Specific objectives include the creation of a model to promote human rights in at-risk countries, in addition to supplier audits. Concerning responsible procurement, it means that suppliers' contracts are all subject to the observation of fundamental human rights and need to ensure supply chain traceability. The traceability is ensured through blockchain technology. Actually, S Group, together with the tech giant IBM, developed an instrument based on blockchain technologies to track the products. Second one. Sorry, the next one. Yes, this is the second case study, the COOP Italy. COOP Italy is the Italian member of EuroCOP. Among the COOP Italy most famous actions in order to ensuring transparency, there are buoni e giusti, good and fair, aimed at fighting the illegal recruitments, caporalato, of workers in some critical fruits and vegetables supply chains. The success of the project is based in the inclusion of large number of actors involved in the supply chains, stepping up the legislative enforcement, and the use of new technologies such as blockchain. The specific project focus on traceability through blockchain's technology is COOP Origine. Thanks to this project, COOP Italy is, since early 2000s, among the first retailers to certify origin and traceability of the most part of own brand food products. COOP Italy also launched its own brand for trade certified lines, Solidal, in 1995. Among the EuroCOP members, COOP Italy is not the only champion of fair trade. Next slide, please. Yes, actually, COOP UK has achieved a number of fair trade first. In 1998, the first supermarket to start selling fair trade products in every store. In 1994, it sold the first UK fair trade labeled chocolate. And COOP UK also converted all bananas to fair trade in 2012. It's also the largest seller of fair trade wine in the world. COOP UK implemented also other kind of program, such as food ethical monitoring program, which is aimed to fight modern slavery and human trafficking across the supply chain. The program covers more than 1,800 sites across 69 countries. And with City Heart, COOP UK provides paid worker placement for victims of modern slavery. COOP UK also developed an IT tool based on blockchain provenance in order to track the products along the supply chain. Finally, COOP UK also approved a number of statements and code of conducts, such as, I will just mention a couple of them, ethical trade and human rights policy statement, sound sourcing code of conducts. Next one, please. So the last case study is from COOP Norway. COOP Norway is among the founder members of ethical trading initiatives in Norway. The Ethical Trading Initiative Norway is an alliance among different kinds of actors, such as trade unions, public authorities, but also other retailers and intermediary corps, which gather together in order to improve labor standards. Next one, please. So some conclusions and policy recommendation. The case studies show that ethical supply chains lay at the core of consumer cooperative business. Actually, the consumer cooperatives implement different kinds of solutions across the 3 levels I mentioned. They develop individual initiatives, particularly initiatives based on new technology, blockchains, in order to implement the so-called radical transparency. They also implement inter-organizational cooperation, not only with farmers and other producers, but also with other kind of actors, such as public authorities and charities. They also play pressure on the top of institutions and public authorities to change laws. However, the results of our study also show that more work is needed. Actually, ILO COOP members and stakeholders interviewed during our study call for a clear national and international legislation about human rights across supply chains, a need of prioritize the link between human rights and environmental consideration for a truly systematic change. And finally, it's a priority to establish a more suitable institutional environment where cooperatives could show their peculiarities without being penalized for that. Consumer cooperatives will continue to be enablers of ethical supply chain because their unique business model based on ethics. However, they will also continue to call on legislators to acknowledge the distinctiveness when shaping legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Georgia, for sharing with us the experience of the ILO COOP and the European consumer cooperatives, important actors in the sound supply chain. Now, what's happened?
Hello.
Hello, what's happened?
All good. We are, I think, moving ahead to Joanna's presentation.
Yes, but I didn't see anything. I don't know what's happened.
You mean the screen?
The screen, yes.
Is it okay now?
No? I will try. I will re-enter again. No. No. Okay.
Have your camera on?
Oh.
Maybe you turned your camera off, Stefania?
And now? Yes. Okay, I will. Can you hear me?
We
okay.
can hear you clear, and now we see you as well. Your camera was off, I think.
Yes.
Please
okay.
go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now we will move to the fourth speaker, Joanna Marquez. She will share with us her presentation concerning cooperating in and beyond the arts field, a mapping of theater in Portugal and Brazil. Joanna Marquez is a sociologist with an MA in Social and Solidarity Economy and a PhD in Sociology at the University of São Paulo. Joanna, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Stefania. It's really a pleasure to be here at this symposium celebrating this 100th anniversary of ILO COOP, and in this all-female panel. I would like to start by saying that I myself developed research at a small Portuguese association dedicated to the promotion of social economy and its values. And it's a very special place to be developing research on these issues, as we ourselves also face in practice these challenges of associated work that we are discussing here. But my presentation today, I will focus on art workers collectives in Portugal and Brazil. And my objective will be to try to discuss some of the challenges and lessons that can be drawn from the experience of these collectives for cooperatives and the wider social economy. I believe they are a very dense case for observing simultaneously the ongoing transformations in the world of work and all these precarization processes, and on the other hand, also contemporary forms of cooperation and collectivism. So in the next slide, we present one possible definition of worker collectives associated with this notion of a political option for a collectivist, horizontal and counter-hegemonic form of organization. And it's a notion that has a very basic common ground with cooperatives and the social and solidarity economy, such as the commitment to a public social function, the promotion of the primacy of people and work over capital, being based on the collective ownership of the means of production and of the product of that work, on democratic governance, and embracing a political horizon of social transformation towards social justice and decent work. However, these art workers collectives tend to assume different organizational forms and often informal groups, which are specific to each territory and each context. In the next slide, it briefly overviews the methodology of the research, which included different techniques, but the main focus today will be on the results of a questionnaire survey conducted in 2015 to map the Portuguese and Brazilian theater collectives. So this mapping has shown that the main form of these collectives in Portugal were associations, while in Brazil they were both cooperatives and informal groups. Moving to the context that in the next slide that frames this research, the cases of Brazil and Portugal allowed to research these dynamics and the comparative perspective of specific labor markets, different patterns and rhythms of crisis, and distinct collective responses. So in the period of this research, in the beginning of the 21st century, Portugal was an exemplary case of the economic and political crisis in Europe, facing recession and implementing harsh austerity measures, while on the other hand, Brazil was a promising emerging market and was under a process of increasing labor formalization through wage labor, which was extended to the arts sector. And in this period, Brazilian artist collectives conquered several victories and funding programs, so allowing to be less shaped by market logics. But in both contexts, there was a growth of collective structures. So moving to the mapping of their collectives in Portugal and Brazil, we are going to focus on three main axes, which are working conditions, the forms of collective organization, and dynamics of collective action. So starting then by the working conditions, the questionnaire that we conducted provided evidence of this precarity in the sector in both countries, which is characterized, for instance, by the need to resort to second and multiple jobs to be able to sustain the artistic labor, by the prevalence of temporary work, while conversely, permanent work is a very rare situation. Also, in line with the official census data, there's the existence of higher self-employment rates among artists than in the whole active population, which corresponds precisely to this situation of increased risk and insecurity. And in addition, informal work is also a very frequent situation, as well as high shares of unpaid work, for example, in traineeships, spending time to maintain an online presence, applying to calls, etc. So under these circumstances, art workers often do not access minimum social and labor rights, assuming on their own risks inherent to their activity. So moving to the forms of cooperation and collective organizing, the mapping questioned about 3 main dimensions: the type of leadership, forms of decision making, and vision of work. And we saw that in Brazil, most theater groups declared having a collective leadership where all have equal responsibility, whereas in Portugal, the most prevalent situation was the leadership shared by a reduced number of people, followed by what we called charismatic leadership, usually concentrated in one person, like a founding member. And in what concerns the decision-making processes, most theater collectives in both countries declared holding regular meetings or assemblies, which were tended to be on a weekly basis in Brazil and a monthly basis in Brazil. In the next slide, considering the division of work among the members of the collectives, in both countries, it tends to be a division by functions, but while the information also collected in the field revealed the accumulation of different functions by each member, so both artistic and non-artistic functions. In one of the cases, for instance, they told us that the efforts to fight the capitalist social division of labor led them to be more ambitious in their self-management, and so they assigned an equal degree of importance and remuneration to all functions. So from cleaning to directing, they were all valued the same, and all members assumed alternatively these different tasks. This data and also the field work highlight the daily struggle to put into practice the democratic governance and self-management. So we are still in the former slides, but often workers end up having control and autonomy at the operational level, but the key decisions are made by a small group of workers or board of directors. So as this has also been discussed this morning, there are many cases of fake collectives, which I called instrumental collectives, that appropriate the rhetoric of collectivism as a way of promoting flexible work relations, but with the profit motivation, and so in practice working as business. So finally, regarding the practices of collective action in the next slide, I would like to highlight how these collectives have come together to struggle for social and labor rights and for public policies for culture. In the different contexts of crisis, I've highlighted the different dynamics of cooperation. For instance, mutual support systems and commitment to care between organizations and workers, grants created by more consolidated organizations to add other workers in the field at these times of crisis, sharing space and other resources between organizations. But most of all, the observations from the field have shown different forms of cooperation and co-construction that go beyond the arts field to this collective organizing of precarious workers as a whole, and seeking the improvement of working conditions and living standards for all. For instance, in Brazil, art workers have engaged in the militancy of various social movements, such as the landless workers movement. They put on the agenda issues such as racial and sexual discrimination and other types of oppression. And in Portugal, they have been very present in the precarious workers movements and organizations. In the next slide, it was also very inspiring to see how art workers collectives in both countries seek to bring the community into their productive processes and how they seek to broaden self-management in their relations with the wider community and with the other social movements as a way of promoting this social transformation beyond their internal organization. To conclude very briefly, in the next slide, I have highlighted a few lessons that can be taken from this experience for any kind of cooperative organization. First is the notion that the collectivization of the production process is a daily struggle in a world where hierarchies and inequalities are the norm. So, and where the collectives also have to struggle for their material survival. On the other hand, collective organization and cooperation is urgent for all workers and sectors as a way of overcoming this threat of their exploitation. Another lesson is that of taking responsibility towards surrounding communities, empowering these communities, and extending this horizontality and egalitarianism to the broader set of social relations, and as a way of fostering this transformation that we envisage for all society. Art collectives has also showed the potential of experimenting and working beyond existing boundaries as hybrids that integrate varied organizational forms, different professionals, activists, researchers, multiple languages, and operating in both public and private spheres. And this relates to another important lesson in the next slide, that is how these collectives seek to perceive their contradictions and act on them, challenging common assumptions, and also taking advantage of the gaps and contradictions of the system itself that open space for new possibilities and for transformative strategies. For instance, all recent economic, social, environmental, and now also pandemic crises expose the urgency for organizations that have greater goals other than profit to face this crisis. So now is the time to advance in alternative economic models and also to demand adequate funding and support for these organizations, given their benefits for communities and territories. And finally, I would like to highlight the importance of inter-organizational collaboration for the co-construction of the collectivist, cooperative, or solidarity movement, and for producing sustained change. Thank you very much.
Stefania, you're muted. Could you unmute? You are on mute. We don't hear you, Stefania.
Can you hear me now?
Sí, perfect.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Joanna, also for drawing our attention on the need to acknowledge the economic and social value of arts worker, as well drawing our attention on the fact that culture represents a central element in building back better our world, and the need also to have a cross-cutting approach to the culture. Culture means social inclusion, means the job opportunities for millions of people, young people, and so you draw the attention of sectors that were so hugely affected by the pandemic, and drawing, of course, our attention also on the, let's say, cross-cutting issues of the culture, because it is important to tackle the cultural, creative and ask cooperatives from an horizontal and vertical point of view, of course, to work close and close together on that aspects. And we have very interesting experiences. You quoted the experiences in Brazil and in Portugal and all over Europe and in all the other continents. There are a lot of cooperatives, of solidarity, social solidarity, business organization involved in these sectors of activity. And so we are eager to work more and more together also on these sectors, just like it is on other sectors of activities. And now it is the time, we have few minutes because we have to stop at 3:45, but few minutes to reply to some questions that we got, and I will share with you. The first one is addressed to Octavia. And Octavia, we have questions concerning cooperation as a process. But this posted a question regarding research method to be applied and to conduct. What are your suggestions? This question is put forward by Ms. Licia Sayerju. Please, Octavia, can you reply to this question?
Yeah, thank you. I will reply quickly to this question so that maybe I will have a bit more time to reply to the other question.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, like pointing to the complexity of the word always poses a methodological problem. And I don't have like quick fixes for that. I think that the point is that we need time. I mean, we need time to invest in research, in also spending a lot of time with cooperators, with farmers in my case, but really that quick surveys are not necessarily enough, actually, that more time. And then, of course, we don't have maybe the resources, but collaborations with universities. I mean, as a master's student or bachelor student, I was very enthusiastic to have opportunity. I would have been very enthusiastic to have opportunities to do research almost for free. So maybe this kind of cooperation could be put forward.
Thank you, Octavia. And now I have another questions for you, just posed by the former president of the Cooperatives Union of Kyrgyzstan. And he would like to better understand when you talk about failure. So please, can you better clarify what you mean about failure? Because of course in Kyrgyzstan there are around 1/3 of registered cooperatives that are functioning, and some of them are quite well functioning. They have a specific law and regularly advocate for amendments. In 2017 they approved a national legislation specifically designed for the support to agri-coops. There is a training center. And so, please, Octavia, clarify your thinking.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nazik Beishanalu is really, I mean, it's a pity that she cannot speak because she's not in the panel, but of course she has like a lot of experience and she knows much better than me cooperatives in Kyrgyzstan. I thank you so much for this point, and because it gives me the opportunity to clarify. So what I was saying, what I wanted to convey in the presentation is that I'm very critical of this widespread narrative that say that cooperatives in Kyrgyzstan and in other ex-socialist countries have failed. And this is a narrative that when I started and continued to research on cooperatives in Kyrgyzstan and Central Asia, I really crossed this narrative everywhere. Farmers were telling me, yeah, cooperatives are not working here, and development workers were telling me, in Europe you have much better cooperatives and so on. And I was really somehow bothered because I was seeing how active people are in formal and informal cooperation in Kyrgyzstan. And I was asking myself, why are they saying that cooperatives have failed? So my point is exactly to question this narrative, so you ask, so what would be, I mean, the definition of failure in this narrative, which is not my definition of failure. So maybe it's better to ask what would be then the success. And the success, according to this narrative, would really to have perfect cooperatives, perfectly corresponding to the ideal model of service cooperative. And this doesn't exist in practice, and especially in Kyrgyzstan, where you have also a tradition of collective production. I mean, farmers still have like some practices of collective production, actually. And if you see that, and then you compare with that ideal of a service cooperative, of course, you would say that this failed. But I don't think that this is a failure. I think that this is it has potential, and we should work on these practices, actually, not dismiss them as failed indeed. So I really very much agree with your point, Nazik.
Thank you, Octavia. Now we have a question from Nicola from Tanya Brueggemann. CSA model definitely merits financial backing based on successful track record. Stimulating consumer conscious of food origin is key to paradigm shift. Please, Nicola, do you want to comment on that?
I'll comment very briefly, just to thank Tanya for her own comment, and to say that I absolutely agree, and that I also think this is happening more and more. People are questioning where their food comes from in the case of CSAs, but also where their goods and services come from. So I think we're at a moment in time ready where we're ready for this kind of interrogation, and we need to have some really practical, tangible possibilities for people to link into. So it's not all theoretical and conceptual. Thank you.
Nicola, sorry, we have another question for you from the ILO COOP, and please elaborate more on how technologies are helping and can help in different parts of these experiences, CSA, fair supply chain, etc.
So technology has become absolutely critical in enabling these kinds of projects and programs to take place. What I do want to say, though, is also just a little bit of a word of caution. In developing country contexts, I'm from South Africa, which is officially a developing country. We have very low rates of digital literacy, of access to hardware, access to data. So technology can become exclusionary if we're not careful. We have to think really hard about how to leverage tech in a way that enables rather than inhibits. And that might entail changing our definition of what technology is. It's not always an app. Sometimes it's something else, but a key conversation to be had, certainly.
Thank you, Nicola. One question for Georgia from the ILO COOP. What are the challenges of cooperative to cooperative trade between producer and consumers?
Yes, thank you for these questions. I think it's a very relevant question. Actually, EuroCOOP members work a lot on this, and in particularly, they started working with local partners in order to implement short supply chains, and which in turn also increase the transparency of supply chains. Of course, this is not a simple work, and as I mentioned, and also I mentioned in my work, a more suitable institutional environment is important also in these terms, in terms of implementing multi-stakeholders projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. Another question to all the panelists, so you can reply, but very briefly, from Luis Alfredo Vargas. Can the solidarity economy be a way to democratize wealth? How to achieve it? Please.
Perhaps I can speak.
Yes, please, Joanna.
To start.
Yeah.
Definitely, yes. I believe that the best way to democratize wealth is by democratizing work and access to work. And as such, we'll be democratizing the earnings of this work. I think that's our most important challenge. And at the same time, the social economy contributes to democratizing the capacity to take part in the decisions that affect our work, our lives, our life in general. So I really believe this, yes, but it's a struggle, and as Otavia has stressed very well, it's always a process, and something that has to be conquered daily and never taken for granted. Thank
Joanna, we have another question for you from the ILO COOP. How do you see theater cooperatives reinventing in times of COVID-19 crisis? What policies are needed to strengthen their resilience? Please.
Now I'm more concentrating, observing this from the Portuguese perspective, where I am right now, and they are really reinventing themselves and developing new platforms of struggles, even unionism, that traditional is it's a field where artists were underrepresented, but we have now a very pioneer experience of reinvigorated trade unionism in the arts field, and very different platforms that have come together and are really struggling to face this precarious situation of art workers that has emerged once again with these pandemic times. And apparently the artists have conquered a new statute of intermittent workers, which is being now regulated in Portugal.
Thank you so much, Joanna. I don't know whether the speakers can take just few seconds to add something. No?
I'll add just one thing, which is when we think about wealth distribution or wealth democratization, we need to think beyond just money. We need to think about things like knowledge assets, and you know, think about kind of skills and resources perhaps that we have in communities, and how can we share those in addition to money.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I can just quickly, I think this is a very central point, and someone now speaks about quali-calculation or qualiculation, in the sense of really including also like social benefits and that are produced actually through these cooperation practices that are not measurable with money actually.
Thank you, Octavia.
Yeah, just a word. I totally agree with my colleagues. Actually, the social impact of this kind of organization, it's really relevant to take into account, which is quite hard. I recognize it, but we have to find a way.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think now we are coming to our conclusion of this important and relevant session. I wish to thank all our distinguished panelists for their fruitful contribution, inputs, and food for thought, sharing their thinking and experiences. And let me also thank, of course, the ILO, Miss Simele Sim, for the support that she always gave to our activity. I think that also in this session, we have the opportunity to see cooperation, values and principles in actions in the different world areas, as well we know quite well the important role played by cooperatives throughout the world during this pandemic. Cooperatives and social and solidarity economy organizations, as you know, are on the front line and are making a tremendous job supporting people from the health as well as the social economic impact of the COVID. And I think that I want to take also this occasion to pay the tribute to them, and thanking, of course, also the ILO for following the cooperatives also in these difficult times and months that we are experiencing. As mentioned this morning by the Director General of the ILO, as well as by the President of the International Cooperative Alliance, we are all living in a very tough times in which the social and economic fractures and inequalities are rising throughout the world. As mentioned this morning, there is a huge role for cooperativism, for mutualism, for social economy, and we have to close the ranks together with our representative institutions, together with the ILO and the other stakeholders, the civil society organization, in the end, in respect of our specific core mission, we are all united because we are all builders of common good for the benefit of the most. Thank you so much to all of you, and all the best, and another 100 years of activity to the ILO COOP branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefania. Thank you to all the panelists and participants. We will continue. We will be back after 9 minutes with a session on statistics of cooperatives and social and solidarity economy. Please continue with us. Join us.
Hi, Haki.
Hi, Ichon. How are you?
Very good, thank you. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. I was trying to understand this technology. And to be honest with you, the ILO COOP, did excellent job.
Yeah.
Hi, Hyun-sik.
Hi,
Hi, Mary.
Hi, Mary. Hi, Young-sik.
It's very well organized. I'm amazed with this organization of this symposium.
So one question to Simel. So the PowerPoints will be managed by IRO or myself?
Hijin will manage them and she will follow your words, but if you would like to also probe her by saying next, that's
okay. So Hijin is with us now, or?
Hijin is with us now. She's the one sharing these screens with you, these slides, the data card for your session, etc.
Okay. Hijin, can you hear me?
Hijin, can you hear her? Ilchon?
Hi, Ilchon. I'm
Hi,
here.
Hijin. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah. I'm just checking how many slides I have. I have so many different presentations. And I have 13 slides in my PPT file.
Let me just check for you.
Yeah.
13 slides in total, that's right.
Okay, great. So in that case, there's no problem. Okay, good.
Hakobe? We can get started.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Welcome to the fourth session of the ILO COOP Symposium on Statistics of Cooperatives and Solidarity Economy. My name is Mustafa Hakkı Özel. I am from the ILO Department of Statistics, and in the department, I am backstopping the cooperative statistics together with the statistics concerning labor migration. And I'm happy part of this, be part of the symposium. In the department, I was member of the team who work in developing this guideline concerning statistics of cooperatives. And these guidelines are developed based on the report prepared a group of eminent researchers led by Mary Bouchard. In addition, the updated version of this report named Statistics of Cooperatives, Concepts, Classification, Work, and Economic Contribution Measurement will be launched online in the symposium right after our session. So I encourage you to participate to the launch of this important publication. Before we start, I have some housekeeping facilities which I would like to share with you. I'm sure many of you are aware of this, but it's no harm to mention very briefly. We have chat box and Q&A answer box, Q&A box. When you ask a question, please indicate your affiliation name, and also please write them on the Q&A box area, not on chat box. When you ask question, please also indicate if it's addressed to a specific panelist or if it's a general one. As it's shown here in the slide, a pop-up window will appear for the attendee to type his or her question. This session can be followed in English, French, and Spanish. And these three languages can be chosen from an icon at the bottom of the screen as it's shown here. And you can choose whichever language you want to listen the presentation. In this session, we have three distinguished panelists in turn. The first one will be the Mary Bouchard, and then Hyun-Sik Yoon and Ichong Yi. Each of the panelists in turn will have 15 minutes to make their presentations with us. And we will collect the questions. In fact, we will start collecting questions during the presentation, but the panelists will get back to you after having completed all the three presentations. Now, our first presenter is Ms. Mary Bouchard, who will be presenting towards harmonized statistics of cooperatives and other social and solidarity economies. Mary Bouchard is a professor at the University of Quebec, based in Montreal, Canada, and she's a member of Center for Research on Social Innovations. Since 2015, she is president of the Scientific Commission on Social and Cooperative Economy of SIRIAC International. She presently acts as external coordinator of the project Opportunities and Challenges of Statistics on Social Solidarity Economy. Mary Bouchard was also the chair of the ILO, the COPAC Joint Technical Working Group on Cooperative Statistics. She co-authored many works, including the conceptual framework for the purpose of measurement of cooperatives and its operationalization, published by the ILO. Mary, the floor is yours and you have 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good morning from Montreal. Thank you very much, Haki Ozel, for this introduction. Thanks to the ILO for inviting me to participate to this event celebrating its 100th anniversary. During this short presentation, I will summarize some of the works that Haki Ozel has just spoken about, especially the work that the ILO has been undertaking to advance the production of statistics on cooperatives and other social and solidarity economy organizations. My connection might be a little slow, so there's a possibility I close my camera if there's any problem. So a first question to ask, next slide please. Why is it important to produce statistics on cooperatives and the social and solidarity economy? I'll say SSE afterwards. Well, first of all, it seems to represent an important part of the economy, maybe about 10% of the employment in many countries, but mostly it plays important roles within the economy. It compensates market failures, it internalizes social costs, produces collective and trust goods and services, ensures accessibility of services to marginalized people, it creates jobs, and all of what this forum and conference is discussing. However, it's hard to prove such assertions without empirical evidence. So statistics are needed to justify mainly public support and to calibrate the policy in support of cooperatives and SSE development. Next slide, please. So why do we need specific tools to measure cooperatives and SSE? As much as the SSE is a part of the economy, it is also a different form of economy. It is composed of enterprises and organizations that put themselves at the service of needs and aspirations of people and their communities who democratically control them. The SSE adopts specific economic behaviors, such as buying at fair price, selling at cost, creating quality jobs, all this prior to making profits. In short, the SSE leads to a more equitable distribution of wealth, putting people and communities first. So questions: if statistics are standards for measuring and comparing, what should be counted and what should be compared to? So next slides, please. There is a growing interest for statistics in the recent decades. Next slide, please. A first observation that this interest showed is that in many countries, there is still a lack of harmonized data on cooperatives and other SSE organizations. There are various definitions, various methodologies and usage. This can be explained by the diversity of traditions, economic and political context, and the different legal and administrative frameworks in each country. Well, this makes it difficult to aggregate and compare data. And in many cases, it just means that the co-ops and the SSE are under the radar of national statistics offices. This international interest for statistics has been manifested by many organizations, the ICA, the ILO, the Task Force on Social and Solidarity Economy, the European Parliament, the European Commission, the GECES, and significant work has been done over the past decades, SICOPA, CIRIEC, URICSE, ICA, and all. Next slide, please. Part of this work was to draw international mappings for different segments of the SSE. First, we have this nonprofit and voluntary organization mapping undertaken by the Johns Hopkins Comparative Nonprofit Sector Project since the 1991. A second segment is to see the social economy as a family of organizations. Here we have Eurostat report of 1997 and many issues, many publications from SIRIEC since 2008 till today, drawing mapping of social economy in the European Union. A third segment, of course, is the cooperative as a specific form of organization. And since 2012, the EURICSE and ICA World Co-op Monitor have been drawing portraits of this. And in 2004, there was a global census. And then this other segment, a composite segment, which is social enterprise, which has been mapped in the European Union at least twice now. Next slide, please. Another aspect of the work is to develop conceptual frameworks for this measurement. Here again, we have different conceptual frameworks for the different segments or sub-segments of the social and solidarity economy. In 2003, the UN Handbook of Non-Profit Institutions in the Systems of National Accounts. In 2006, the European Union SIRIEC Manual for drawing up satellite accounts of companies of the social economy, which was complementary to the 2003 UN Handbook. Cooperative as a specific form of organization has been widely searched by the ILO and partners. In 2017, we managed to produce a conceptual framework for the purpose of measurement, and in 2018, ILO guidelines were adopted. In 2018 as well, an extension of the NPI, Nonprofit Institutions Handbook, was produced by the United Nations, including some parts of cooperatives of the social economy, but not all. Next slide, please. In short, we see that the different frameworks each cover different subsets of the SSE. However, a modular approach to the SSE statistics should allow covering the whole of the SSE. Next slide, please. Let us delve into the framework concerning cooperatives. It stems from the initiatives of the ILO and partner organizations. Since 2002, the ILO adopted the recommendation to promote cooperatives. In 2013, the ICLS, International Conference of Labor Statisticians, adopted a resolution concerning further work, and the further work has been undertaken by the ILO and partners. In 2016, the United Nations Committee for the Promotion and Advancement of Cooperatives, the COPACT, formed a technical working group on cooperative statistics. And in 2017, this led to a conceptual framework, and in 2018 to guidelines. Next slide, please. Let us look at how we go from a legal to a conceptual definition. We all know the legal definition of cooperatives, otherwise I don't think we'd be here today, so I'll skip reading it. But if we take from literature and from that legal definition, we can see that at least three principles or concepts are used to define a cooperative. It has a legal identity and specific functioning principles. It's a member-based organization, which leads to having specific objectives relating to the member users' needs. We see the cooperative here as a combination of four structural components: an association of person and an enterprise, a set of two relations between them, one being the ownership of the enterprise by the association, the other being the usage of members of the enterprise's activities, usage by members of the enterprise's activities. Colleagues here will recognize the schematic representation of the cooperative drawn by Claude Vianney, himself inspired by Georges Fauquet, creator and head of the ILO Co-op Unit for 13 years. Next slide, please. Drawing from this conceptual definition, we can derive four operational criteria. One for the association of members, which should be voluntary and non-restrictive. For the enterprise, which should be formally established. The ownership, the cooperative should be controlled democratically by its members. and usage, the distribution of profits and surpluses among members is not directly linked to capital, but to their usage. It also helps to understand how to simplify the classification or types of cooperatives by members' main interest. For a producer, it's the production activity that counts. For a worker, it's work. For the consumer, of course, it's its consumption. And we have multi-stakeholder cooperatives, which have members with different types of interest. Next slide, please. This leads to understand the specific economic functions of cooperatives. For member producers, the co-op maximizes the value of members' products or services. For member consumers, the co-op minimizes intermediation costs. And for member workers, the co-op provides work and good quality jobs. Next slide, please. This figure, colleagues will also recognize, is inspired by Henri Desroches, a French researcher. It shows the cooperative at the core, as the core entity of the family of organizations, and the structural operational criteria as porous boundaries with entities similar to co-ops, but not quite identical to them, on the account of at least one of the structural operational criteria. The same line of reasoning could be used with more than 4 criteria, and it could be used to qualify a larger group of entities, such as the whole of the social and solidarity economy. To conclude, here is a glimpse at some of the work that is ongoing and planned for the near future. With regards to cooperatives, the ILO is presently testing the guidelines. The next step will be to produce an ILO International Handbook on cooperative statistics. We'll have another occasion to celebrate them. And the World Cooperative Monitor, jointly by the ICA and EURICSI, will continue producing data on cooperatives, but they will widen the scope to cooperatives worldwide, not just the top cooperatives. With regards to the social and solidarity economy, UNRISD and STIRIEC are presently leading a project that will analyze the current state of practices for SSC statistics, draw a mapping of the different mappings of the SSC, and develop policy recommendations for SSC statistics. This is ongoing and almost finished. In terms of conceptual advances, let me just mention 2 that I think merit attention. The notion of limited lucrativity, limited profitability, put forward by the European Economic and Social Community, is a great help to go beyond the dual and too simplistic view of the economy as either for-profit or not-for-profit. The SSC is an economic agent that behaves differently, and this needs to be recognized, mostly in these times where the world is in urgent need of alternatives to the mainstream economy. In a broader perspective still, many are working at identifying the contribution of the SSC to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Incidentally, a project led by the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development on this topic will be presented by one of the speakers of this panel later on. Finally, let us celebrate the advances in statistics for cooperatives and congratulate the leading role of the ILO Cooperative Unit and the ILO Statistics Department in this matter. Thank you very much for your attention.
Maria Bouchard, thank you very much and for this concise and very important presentation, which is a kind of chapeau for social and solidarity economy, in which also you have summarized the guidelines. And I encourage the colleagues, the participants, to write their questions in the Q&A box. Now we move to the second presentation, who will be presented by Huying Sik and the title of his presentation is Producing Statistics on Work and Employment in Cooperatives. We got benefit a lot from this work when we are working and developing the guidelines in the ILO. Huyen-Sik is a strategy and statistics coordinator at the International Cooperative Alliances. He was a member of the ILO and COPAC Joint Technical Working Group on Cooperative Statistics when we were developing these guidelines on statistics of cooperatives. He has worked on several issues concerning cooperatives and social economy, particularly cooperative studies on worker and social cooperatives, statistics on cooperatives, cooperative employment and institutionalization of the social economy. Recently, he started working on the issue of role and contribution of cooperatives to the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. The floor is yours, Hyung-Si, and you have also 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Aki. Good afternoon and also good morning, good evening to all the participants of this historical symposium. So I'm very honored to present my work in the occasion of the ILO Cooperative Unit 100th Anniversary Symposium. And this is also happy from side of the International Cooperative Alliance, who was always the very good friend of the ILO, then to make more the better the world of work and the social justice. My presentation is about based on the research I made in 2017 within the framework of the COPAC Technical Working Group to prepare the guidelines concerning the statistics of cooperatives. So next slide, next again. So briefly speaking, before this the work, there was already the concept of the work and employment in cooperatives, but very narrow way. Means that there was the concept of the members of producer cooperatives in the international classification of the status of employment called ICSE 93. But mainly this concept aimed at explaining work in the producer cooperatives in a collective economy system. So in previous communist regimes, the workers and farmers who worked in the collective farm was counted with this category. But after the disappearance of the collective economic system, this category had not been really used. So it became kind of the dead concept, which was not really used in practice. So when we made this research, we intervened with 3 different resources. First of all, from the previous work on cooperatives and also the work and employment in cooperatives, mainly from some reports made by the CICOPA. And also we worked with the discussion about the work and employment itself, which have been changed since last decades, because in facing the changing world of work, many concepts have been changed, and also statistical concept and tools need to be updated to understand better the world, the changing of the world. So that discussion was also taken into account. And finally, this research was not just the individual's invention. It's the result was consulted with the stakeholders and experts through the network, through cooperative movement, also the United Nations systems and experts. So these the different elements have been mobilized to make this research. And as a result of this research, there was new concept of the work and employment in cooperatives, which you can define like a different form of work performed by different category of person in relation in within scope of the cooperatives. the broader concept of the work and employment in cooperatives was included mainly in the guideline concerning statistics on cooperatives, and also the new the international classification system for the status of employment adopted in the resolution concerning statistics on work relationship. Next, please. So I would like to emphasize the fact that work and employment in cooperatives cannot be independent from other conceptual framework. It should be in line with the international standard concerning labor statistics. So actually during the process of the research, two main discussion or the conceptual framework were taken into account seriously. One is that there is two resolution which was already adopted in 2013, and the other resolution which was actually in parallel discussion with our work on cooperatives. So we need to reflect this new concept or the development of the conceptual framework on work and employment to understand, also to explain those in cooperatives as well. So this conceptual work for the cooperatives, it's not just independent, but we need to recognize that they are part of the broader concept of the labor statistics. Next, please. So I shortly explain the main findings. So in cooperatives, differently from the previous understanding that cooperatives work employment would be just those in a collective farm or this style of the cooperatives. We now have to recognize that there are different kinds of the work employment performed by different persons and inside and also outside of cooperatives. So that is the three different dimensions we need to emphasize. So among them, two dimensions need to be understood as the important variable to explain different form of the work and employment. First of all, the category of person performing their work in cooperatives. There are three different category of person. One is member of cooperatives, and the other non-member employees and other categories. And we also need to recognize the difference of the statistical unit of this statistic. You can see the worker employment in cooperatives, but also in non-cooperative economic unit which work with the cooperatives. So if we apply these two dimensions into the reality, next slide, please. You can identify different form of the work and employment like this table. So in cooperatives, we have the members who might be worker members or producer members who significantly depend on the cooperatives. So they can be considered as working in cooperatives. And there are the members who are not necessarily worker or employee, but they work for the cooperative because they are the chair or the president, the board member of cooperatives. They work for the cooperatives. So this kind of the work need to be considered as the work made by members. There are employees who are not necessarily members, and other categories like volunteers or the civil service workers. And also the important thing here with this new conceptual framework is that also we need to recognize the work and employment outside the cooperative, but which are importantly related to the work and employment of the cooperatives. For example, farmers who are members of agricultural cooperatives, they are not working in cooperatives, but they have their own farm. They work as independent farmer, but their work is closely related to the cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives, for their marketing or the purchasing of their economic activity. So although they are not in cooperatives, they need to be understood as as they are being in the scope of the cooperatives and need to be considered when we explain about worker employment in cooperatives. Also, there are some specific categories of employees who work in the non-cooperative enterprise owned by or controlled by cooperatives. Sometimes the literature mentioned that employment in private and public agencies related to cooperatives might be included in this the worker employment in cooperative, but in the guideline adopted officially in the ICLS did not include this concept into as the element of the worker employment in cooperatives. Next slide. But reality is not easy to really apply all these things. For example, I just want to mobilize the example of the taxi cooperative. As you know, the taxi cooperatives looks the same, but if we analyze the way of working and the status of the worker member or employees, they can be different cooperatives and which produce different kind of the work and employment relationship in the cooperatives. For example, worker cooperatives can have their worker members who are drivers, but sometimes in some countries they are considered legally employees. In some countries they are considered self-employed. And but in the statistical concept adopted in the guidelines, also the new international classification of the status of the employment, they are considered as employee in cooperatives. So you can see here there are the gap between legal framework in each country and the statistical standard, which give more analytical concept on the same situation. There are also the same kind of issue in the different type of cooperative, like producer cooperative type. So what I wanted to emphasize here is that although we now have very strong tools for the statistics on cooperatives, there are still many things to be done to reduce the gap between the reality or sometimes the legal definition in each countries and this statistical international standard. So how we can really define good harmony between two different understanding would be very important issue to deal with. Next slide, please. And how we can find the appropriate data on this work and employment in cooperatives from the existing statistic systems. You can see more in detail in the publication which will be presented just later on. There are different kind of the method, data collection method. Each has different the advantage, also the disadvantage. And in general, we identify that there is big difficulty in the collecting the data on members of cooperatives because in many official statistics, the members of the cooperatives are not clearly defined. Data are not usually collected. So this is something very important, the gap in the data collection. And but there is something to solve. There are many things again remain as unsolved problems in these statistical cooperatives. Next slide, please. So now from the ICA side, we are trying to implement the guidelines in our ICA system to make all data collection would be in line with these guidelines. We found it's not easy because, as I mentioned, the reality in the different contexts are totally different from this internet even new the standard. So it's very important but difficult work to do, apply these guidelines in reality. And also we, with ILO and also other stakeholders, wanted to advance the work already done with production of the manual on occasion of the next ICLS in 2022. And also there is some conceptual issue about members' work. As I mentioned, it's not really easy to clarify for every each case. So we need to have more discussion on this concept. For example, this morning during another session, there was the question about actually this issue, worker cooperatives, worker members, and then there was the professor the Garcia who made kind of the objection about this approach adopted in the guidelines. And I would say that actually the issue of the worker cooperative and worker members is not easy to solve for the moment. And just we need to recognize that worker members, associates workers are actually very minority in terms of the quantity, and the concept is not well known. So it was very difficult to have its own place in the statistical system of the international standard. So I would say that having very small space for the concept of worker members was something we could have obtained from this process. For example, the concept of the worker members was mentioned not in the guidelines on cooperative statistics, but the resolution on the new the employment relationship. So the concept of worker members was mentioned as the official concept, although it's not clearly explained. So I think it would be very important to develop further on this issue about how the worker members or associates work in cooperatives might be fully understood and also the conceptually well developed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oyunsi, thank you very much for this important presentation and being really punctual in finishing your presentation. It is indeed a very important issue, and we have been struggling in identifying and collecting data on cooperatives, though we believe the importance of this issue. And every data collector or data producer is producing data for their own purpose without taking into account the standards. They may not be aware of this, and so our task is big to make them aware of this guidelines and promote further. Thank you very much. Now, I see that we are receiving questions, and so all the comments and questions will be answered after we finish the third presentation. The third panelist is Mr. Yichen Wei. Mr. Yi will brief us on sustainable development performance indicators for social solidarity economy. Yichen Yi is a senior research coordinator at United Nations Research Institute for Social Development. He's in charge of the Social and Solidarity Economy Program and the UN Interagency Task Force on Social and Solidarity Economy Knowledge Hub. He's currently supervising several projects directly related to social solidarity economy. Prior joining to the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, he was associated professor in several universities. Now, the floor is yours, Mr. Yi. Please go on.
Hakubi, you're oh, Ilchung, you're on mute.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So thank you, Haki. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all across the world. I'm Ilchung Yi, Senior Research Coordinator at UNRIST. UNRIST was established in 1963 as an autonomous research institute within the UN system that undertakes interdisciplinary research and policy analysis on the social dimensions of contemporary development issues. Since its establishment, UNRIST has conducted researches on various issues relevant to social development that are pertinent to the work of the United Nations Secretariat, regional commissions, and specialized agencies, national institutions, and non-governmental organizations. Today, I'm going to talk about the issues related to measuring sustainable development performance of social and solidarity economy organizations and enterprises. And this theme of measurement of performance of SSE in the context of SDGs is one of the major research projects of UNRIST, which started in 2018. Next slide, please. Then let's go for the first slide. There are currently more than 4,500 indicators measuring the environmental, social, and governance performance of economic entities, and more than 400 ranking systems using different combinations of these indicators. And in the US alone, about 140 systems of indicators are used by economic entities. No matter how you name these indicator systems, all these indicator systems can be categorized into three types. First is the system measuring social and environmental impacts. This system of indicators is to measure the negative impact of economic entities on environment, social, and governance dimensions. And the primary purpose of this system is to mitigate the negative impact. Second is the system measuring the added values created by economic entities in the environment, social, and governance dimensions. And the primary purpose of this system is to highlight how economic entities contribute to environmental protection, social development, and improvement of governance. And the third can be named as the system measuring performance. This system is a hybrid combining the previous two systems of indicators. It measures both negative impacts and positive value created. Next slide, please. There are advantages and disadvantages in these three different kinds of systems, and these advantages and disadvantages have some trade-offs or tensions, in particular from the perspectives of SSE organizations and enterprises. Firstly, trade-off. The first trade-off is the comparability, uniformity versus diversity of organizations. The impact investors or government providing financial and in-kind supports for SSE need system of indicators which can compare the impacts, value added, and performance of different SSE organizations and enterprises. But the uniform, standardized system of indicators may not capture diverse impacts, value added, and performance of SSE organizations and enterprises with diverse activities. This is also related to the so-called materiality question, which has been originated from the financial reporting of for-profit enterprises. Recently, there is a strong argument on the expansion of the meaning and scope of materiality in for-profit enterprises, but SSEOEs have much wider and diverse materiality. Second tension or trade-off is between the necessity to measure the impact and value added and performance and increasing reporting burden. As you know, the majority of SSEOEs are small in terms of size and capacity, and reporting the performance, impact, or value added in accordance with methodologies and indicators decided in top-down manner is sometimes not feasible at all. Third issue is a kind of contradictory consequences resulted from these indicator systems. Indicator system, if it is well designed and implemented, can provide a good guide for the improvement of management and operations of SSEOEs. But if it is imposed in top-down manner and SSEOEs focus too much on the activities related to indicators only, there is an increasing risk or danger of mission drift. Next slide, please. How to solve these problems? I'd like to make some suggestions or proposals to deal with these questions. First issue or trade-off related to comparability, uniformity versus diversity of organizations can be dealt with by something called cluster approach. In this cluster approach, we have several standardized indicators in each dimension, but also include one or two indicators which SSE organizations and enterprises create and use to measure their own unique performance. So there will be possibilities for reviewers to compare different SSEOEs and capture unique performance. Next slide, please. Second issue or trade-off related to necessity to measure the impact, value added, and performance versus reporting burden can be dealt with by something called system of correspondence approach. This approach was in fact developed by UNRISD in the 1970s to reduce the number of social development indicators and provided the basic idea of Human Development Index of UNDP. If you look at Human Development Index, it is composed of 3 indicators representing health, education, and income, and it shows a kind of broad landscape of development of specific countries. HDI, Human Development Index, is based on a kind of hypothesis that if these indicators have good scores, we can assume that the level of overall development would be also high. The system of correspondence provides a statistical basis for this idea of representative indicators. We calculate the correlation between indicators in a specific dimension and select 1 or 2 representative indicators with the highest coefficient. And these indicators can be used as indicators for reporting by SSEOEs which have less reporting capacity. They don't have to deal with large number of indicators in this case, but only a small number of representative indicators. Next slide, please. Third issue related to guiding post versus mission drift can be solved by establishing indicators which make organizations the agent of change or transformation. Then aligning their performance with this kind of transformative indicators can never be a mission drift. And this kind of indicator should go beyond what is currently considered materiality to many economic organizations. This is the idea related to legal concept called promissory estoppel. It means you have a legal obligation to keep your declared promises. If SSEOEs promised to do something for innovation, transformation, equality, etc., we can measure whether they have been faithful to their declared promises. Well-crafted indicators can help us to measure and assess the faithfulness of the organizations in various dimensions. Next slide, please. UNRISD's 4-year project, Sustainable Development Performance Indicators, or SDPI, I think can contribute to solving these problems and issues. We have finalized indicators to address those problems and will test these indicators for 12 for-profit enterprises and 12 SSE organizations and enterprises from different parts of the world. For your information, we are still looking for 3 more SSEOEs for this test. Next slide, please. Then I will give you some overviews about the SDPI. The SDPI composed of 3 tiers. First tier indicators measure actual impacts. They are core indicators developed by UNCTAD for all types of economic entities with a great emphasis on standardization of indicators. They deal with economic, social, environmental, and governance dimensions. Second tier is composed of indicators which contextualize 19 UNCTAD core indicators. These indicators take into account sustainability thresholds or norms in ecological, social, and economic systems, as well as allocations of those thresholds to organizations and other entities. Next slide, please. Third-tier indicators are what we call transformative indicators. For profit enterprises, we have 27 indicators, and for SSEOEs, we have 33 indicators plus. For SSE indicators, we take cluster approach. So we identified 13 standard dimensions and selected key performance indicators corresponding these dimensions. And we allowed the SSEOEs to come up with their own indicators to measure their unique performance. Next slide, please. One example indicator on water efficiency shows the meaning or implication of this three-tier indicator system. The table shows the performance related to water efficiency of one hypothetical company. If you look at the tier 1 indicator, this company has reduced the water use per net added value over the last 2 years. So it shows, in a way, positive impact. But if you look at the tier 2 indicator, which reports 5-year trend, we can find the reduction of water is anomaly rather than a normal trend. It raises a kind of red flag. Tier 3 indicator is the index where we put the threshold of sustainable water use volume 5. That means if this company wants to perform as an agent of change for sustainable development, the indicator related to water use should be less than 5. That gives an idea to both reviewers and managers of the company that they should not be complacent with the reduction from 8 to 7, and they should make more effort to reduce index by 2, even though their water use is 7 reduced from 8 in N year. This shows how this STPI related to transformative indicator, which not only interprets the performance, but change the behavior of the economic entities. Next slide, please. Another example is a tier 3 indicator, CEO worker pay ratio. Again, we put the norm of 30, which is drawn from the best case in history, and calculate the indicator. This is largely related to for-profit enterprises, not SSEOEs, but we can think about different norms of SSEOEs for this indicator by using the approaches like the best in class or the best in history. Next slide, please. I mentioned this cluster approach before, but here is a concrete example of cluster approach for fair remuneration. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we are looking for 3 more SSEOEs to participate in the pilot testing, and the test is free of charge for all SSEOEs. If you are interested in participating in the test, please let us know. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Now we have completed the 3 presentations on time. We have some questions, but before going to the questions, I would like to have share an announcement with you that there will be no break after our session. We will directly go to the next session where the 2 joint ILO publications will be launched. So please stay with us, and we will continue. There are questions and comments. The first one is a comment goes to Mary Bouchard from Hearing Grit, ILO Pretoria. He says that framework on how SSE intersects is very interesting, especially the role for social enterprise within it. The insights into limited lucrativity will be very interesting to help move the conversation from the mainstream social economic understanding of our social system. Mary, would you like to react on this? To this?
Yes, well, thank you very much for this comment. I also think that limited profitability or limited lucrativity is quite an interesting path of thoughts that we need to use. I think that it also leads to understanding that we need a third way of understanding statistics or understanding the social and solidarity economy, not just as a nonprofit organizations, but as an alternative way to mainstream economy or mainstream enterprises, as a powerful tool for reducing inequalities. And that is not only done by limiting or prohibiting profit distribution, it is by enabling a more equitable way of distributing wealth, which is what limited lucrativity or limited profitability is about. So thank you for the comment. I think there's a way forward in reflecting upon this.
Thank you, Mary. Another questions or comments goes to Huyen-Sik from Professor Kartizyan from Volo University in Ethiopia. He says, Ethiopia country-wise COOP database projects may be initiated with a close monitoring system by ICA regional offices. Huyen-Sik, would you like to react on this?
Yes, shortly saying that currently there is no the initiative global level to collect the statistics on cooperatives. So each region, each country has their own project, and so for the moment it's not easy to connect all this initiative with cooperative movement or the new guidelines. The issue is that how you can really promote the guidelines to be implemented in all these different process, and then we would have more the standardized the result from this data collection and the production of statistics.
Thank you, Huyen-Sik. Another question goes to Mary. It's from ILO COOP. Is the path undertaken in developing a conceptual framework and definitions around statistics of cooperatives the same path, similar path to be used for the statistics on social solidarity economy? Mary?
Yes, I was unmuting. Thank you for the question. I think the work, some of the work is already done in terms of measuring or having a framework and testing the methodologies and frameworks. The nonprofit handbook has been recognized by the United Nations. It has been used. It has produced comparable statistics on the nonprofit institutions and voluntary sector. There is a manual for cooperatives and mutual societies, which is complementary to the NPI 2003 manual, which joined together enable to produce statistics on what is called the social economy, which is NPIs or associations, cooperatives and mutual societies, and similar organizations that behave in the same way. I think, the case of Portugal, recently producing statistics based on the law of social economy in Portugal, used these different manuals in order to produce statistics on the whole of the social economy. I think one of the issues is the new concepts or new notions, new words, which sometimes mean the same things as an NPI or a cooperative, but sometimes mean something else. The notion of non-collective social enterprise, a social enterprise that does not have the characteristics of cooperatives, mutual societies, and nonprofit institutions. So I think this is what will need to be worked upon, is to understand what is a social enterprise it is it has a different meaning in different parts of the world. And if the concept of social enterprise has the notion of social and solidarity economy open up to something very, very wide, including all kinds of social and environmental responsibility of enterprises, of for-profit corporation and multinationals, but then we have a blurry notion. And I don't think statisticians really like blurry notions. I've been taught by the ILO statistic department that we need to keep it simple. Of course, if you look at just a definition with one criteria, being nonprofit or being for-profit, then it's easy, but it's too simplistic. So you need a set of criteria, and this set of criteria needs to be operational. This is also something that I was taught by the ILO statistics department. So yes, the way forward is to have the statistics and the SSE world talk to each other, because it's not an easy thing to do, to have the statisticians understand why we need to be a little bit more complex in order to capture something that is unique and has a variety of forms and names, but still has one specific role within the economy, which is to democratize it and make it more equal.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, we need to be simple, but yet comprehensive. Not easy task, but that's why we are collaborating with academicians and experts, eminent researchers, to make it possible. Thank you very much. And now another question from ILO COOP colleagues, which is very relevant to this one. How does ICA think cooperative movements be best made aware of the guidelines on statistics of cooperatives? And what are the ways that they can engage in making use of the guidelines? It goes to Huyen Sik. How, let me add, how we can really engage the relevant partners in the relevant countries to make this guidelines implemented. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this quite relevant question. Actually, this is the point we need to really work together between the ILO and the ICA to promote the guidelines. Also, from my experience, it is still very difficult for the non-statisticians to understand these analytical tools because each cooperative movement, national cooperative movement, has their own way of understanding, and also the different legal framework in different countries. So when we talk about the same thing, we often found that we are seeing the reality, but in different the perspectives. So it's very difficult task, but we really have to do this work. It would be, I would say, it's the really problem of the time. We need to invest the time and energy to promote the agreed guidelines, and also we need to develop further from the guideline to make more operationalized the manuals to be used by the practitioners. And it's sure that it will take time, but without this process, the cooperatives would not be really recognized as the reality at the global level, economy and society.
Thank you. Now we have another question for Yichong Yi. It's from Karen Grich, ILO Pretoria. He says, my question to Mr. Yi is if he has any insight on how to. I would be interested to hear from him on how to improve our questionnaire design for future research. And he says in Africa, it has been hard to identify uniformity within the diversity. Ichon?
I think the statistics and the indicator issues are same in this sense because you know, having standardized system of statistics and indicators is involving politics. And I think the, you know, without the kind of standardization at the macro level, like a national level or whatever, you know, all those individual organizations should have the kind of, you know, the best effort they can to make very much comprehensive surveys. In that survey questions to measure the performance of individual organizations, you have to include the capacity for comparison, and you have the capacity to measure the transformative functions and roles of those organizations. And if you have the kind of comprehensive survey questionnaires, I think that will contribute to better standardized format of system of indicators or statistics. I mean, we talked about, you know, the kind of necessity to balance the kind of uniformity and diversity. I mean, the Mari Bouchard talked about it and others talked about it too. But the key issue is, you know, how can we make much more accurate balance, which can capture both uniformity and you know, diversity, capturing capacity. I think if we have a better comprehensive idea about questionnaires based on accurate concept, statistically accurate concept and ideas, I think we can have you know, better balance between uniformity and diversity. I do not know about the situation in Africa, South Africa, but I think that is the kind of general principle we have to keep in mind when we think about questionnaire or whatever to measure individual economic entities. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Ichon. Now we have about 7 minutes to go to finish the session. We have a couple of more questions. If you kindly briefly also respond to these ones. The next one goes to Marie Bouchard. It's from Naraoke. Says, I do appreciate your great summarize the history of the ILO's cooperative statistics. My questions are the following. There are 2 questions. How many member states among 107 member states of the ILO have no regulation about the statistics for cooperatives? The second one, how many member states have included the cooperative statistics to the national statistical system? I think this is it goes also to the ILO, right? But right after you, we could, you know, contribute as well, Mary, please.
Well, I'm glad I am with the ILO because I do not have the answer to that question. Maybe the ILO and the ICA joined together can answer this question. I'm really sorry.
Thank you. Sven-Anna, would you like to come?
Sure, Hakube. I think from ILO statistics, there has been a mapping initiative. We haven't published the results. It was preliminary work, but there were 11 country studies that were undertaken to look in depth to how cooperative statistics are gathered, and Tuyunsik himself was involved in the development of these studies, as well as colleagues from Eurixe, Chiara. And these studies, these 11 country case studies also have, we have extracted from them 2-pagers. So we have around maybe for these 11 countries plus another 6-7 countries extractions of how cooperative statistics are handled in maybe 17, 18 countries. But the process is the preliminary work. We could, it's not public, but we could specifically answer your question based on that mapping, initial mapping we've done. Yeah, I think Huckabee, if you want to add to what I have said. One thing I could maybe say before I pass on to Huckabee, and you could add to this, I think some of the work that needs to be done in understanding the state of cooperative statistics is around multi-stakeholder dialogue between cooperatives, government entities responsible for cooperatives, as well as national statistic offices. This kind of dialogue is, in fact, something that can improve the understanding and bring about the different understandings around the nature of co-ops and the collection methods around co-ops to closer to each other. So, and the guidelines kind of being at the center of helping guide this discussion.
Thank you, Simona. Yeah, I fully agree. Actually, to my experience, many countries, maybe not all, have information on cooperatives. But the problem is a kind of, gold mining. You need to have guidance to dig out the gold. So you need to have an expert to identify the mine and bring this gold out of, from the earth to the surface of the earth. So there are information available, but we need to make effort together with the other government agencies. The next question is from colleague in ILO Pretoria, Kieran. We have tried, it goes to Ichong. We have tried a cluster analysis of SSE sample of 506 in South Africa, and it has been hard to identify uniformity with the diversity. My question is if he has any insight on how to. It would be I would be interested to hear from him on how to improve our questionnaire for the future research. Building on this would be the own indicators that SSEs can select under the transformational cluster. What examples can you give us this approach? If you kindly be very brief, I appreciate Ichong on this.
ilcheong.yi@un.org is my email address. I think we need that kind of individual email correspondence to deal with these issues. I'm very much interested in your research and survey questions, so let's have a further discussion.
Excellent. Thank you. This goes to Huyon Sik from Luis Alfredo Vargas. He is greeting us from Colombia. He says, I am part of the Unicoscal network, and I want to know if there are already statistics that allow determining the percentage of capital that the sector has compared to the capitalist one at the global level. Huyon Sik?
Yeah. As being the strategy and statistics coordinator of the ICA, I got this kind of many questions on this kind of things. But I can say that very simply, there is no the global level of data on cooperatives, which might be more reliable, because as I told you already, we don't have the international standardized the concepts yet implemented, so it's quite difficult to collect data. There is no really available data, but that is our starting point. We need it, and we need to make. But also for that, also we need the contribution from the cooperative movement and the government to produce the data, and then we can have more reliable data on the cooperatives. Yeah.
Thank you. Another question from our colleague in South Korea, from Nara Ok, Chief Secretary of SDAI-SIDA. What is the most important information from the cooperative statistics? Also, as a measurement, to get more statistics, is it meaningful to have a triangle ambassador approach, such as having an ambassador from legislation, government statistics office, and cooperatives? This goes to Hyun Sik and Mary Bouchard. If you would like to contribute, please do so.
Yeah, in our work, which will be also presented very soon, there is no, I would say there is no more important information, but we need more basic, very fundamental the information we need from the statistics, and then it was identified in our work as the number of cooperative, number of members, information about members, information about employment, and also information about the economic performance of cooperative. These 4 areas were explored to have more the statistical tools and the conceptualization during our work. But they are basic one, but there would be more important information we need to get. But at least we can start from this basic information to have the further information on cooperatives. And as you correctly pointed out, that was actually the methodology we used during the COPAC technical working group. So in the technical working group, we were from the government side in charge of cooperatives, also the National Statistic Office, and also from the cooperative movement, and from also the researchers and experts. So in that way, we could manage this very complicated the process of having the guidelines on statistic cooperatives. So without that, it could not be done. So it's also we recommend at the national level to make this dialogue between different stakeholders to have relevant the framework and the tools for their countries on the statistical cooperative.
Okay, thank you. Mary, would you like to add anything?
Oh, yes, maybe just a few words adding to what Hyun Sik has already mentioned. I think it is interesting to have longitudinal information about the cooperatives in terms of how long do they live, how long are they about. The question about capital is, well, maybe they have not so much capital invested in them, but how long do they hold on to it compared to other capitalist firms? And I think that is quite interesting. For example, one of the studies that was undertaken in Quebec, still a part of Canada, was to measure the comparable lifetime of cooperatives compared to similar organizations in the same sectors of activities of the same size, the same everything. Well, the cooperatives survived longer. They survived even over the 2008 crisis a lot longer. So having a way to understand not only how much are they worth, but how long do they hold on to that worth? I think also membership, which is a tricky issue, because if you add all the memberships of all the cooperatives in a place like Quebec, where I live, you'll have more members than there are people in the province, because we're part of many cooperatives. So having a way to understand the mobilization of civil society within the governance of economic activities, which is what membership does, we need to have good measurement of membership. And of course, that goes through different types of household surveys and work surveys.
Mary, thank you very much. Well, now, sorry, we are a little bit late, and thank you, Marie Bouchard, Hyun Sik, and Ichong Yu. Thank you very much for your excellent presentations and contributions. And I would like to thank our participants for their participation and questions. Now we move to the next session where the two joint publication will be launched. Vic, over to you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. Hi, everyone. I'm back again. It's Vic van Vieren, the Director of the Enterprises Department at the ILO. And now we're going to the final session of today before we allow you to go and take some rest, get some food, or I'm not sure which time of the day it is with you. but we're now going to talk about the launch of publications. The first publication we launched today as part of the ILO Co-op 100 year symposium is Statistics of Cooperatives, Concepts, Classification, Work and Economic Contribution Measurements. For this publication, I'm going to put on my hat as chair of the Committee of the Promotion and Advancement of Cooperatives, known as COPAC. This book on statistics of cooperatives is a joint initiative of the ILO, the Committee for the Promotion and Advancement of Cooperatives, COPAC, and the International Center of Research and Information on Public, Social and Cooperative Economy, SIRIAC. As COPAC, we established a technical working group on statistics of cooperatives that brought together representatives from national statistics offices, international, regional, and national cooperative research institutions, experts, and UN agencies, together to support the process that is led by ILO statistics with support from our co-op unit toward the adoption of the guidelines. Now, almost all the authors in this volume were in fact valuable members of the technical working group. Mari Bouchard is an editor of this book, was the chair of that technical working group. And while the technical group is not active at the moment, in the lead up to the 21st International Conferences of Statisticians, an extended COPAC technical working group with additional members from national statistical offices will be put together towards developing a manual on statistics of cooperatives. Now, without any further ado, I would like to introduce my two colleagues who will reflect on this publication, and that is now a representative from the ILO Statistics Department and SIRIAC, and secondly from SIRIAC International. And I'll start with my colleague, Rafael Diaz de Medina, who is the Chief Statistician and Director of the Department of Statistics at the ILO since 2009. He'll be followed by Barbara Sack, who's the Senior Economic Researcher and Managing Director of SIRIAC, International Center of Information and Research on Public, Social and Cooperative Economy. Rafael, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vic, and thank you everybody and welcome. I would like to welcome you all at the launch of this important publication, the Statistics of Cooperatives, Concepts, Classification, Work and Economic Contribution Measurement. The issue of data collection and measurement of magnitude on the impact of cooperative has been the focus of discussions. In order to understand the importance of cooperatives and make comparison, it is of utmost necessity to collect data using international standards. However, the data on cooperatives is still fragmentary and not comparable. In the absence of comparable data, it is not possible to make sound and reliable estimates. This requires efforts to develop international statistical standards on the concepts, definitions, and data collection methodologies on the subject. Cooperatives have a unique and special role in promoting sustainable economic growth, quality employment, decent work, and social justice. There have been several studies and publications providing evidence on both the potential and the achievements of cooperatives in addressing challenges and in promoting equitable and sustainable growth. However, the contribution of cooperatives is hardly recorded in official statistics compiled by national statistical offices. We have just seen this from the previous session. At the 19th International Conference of Labor Statisticians in October 2013, governments, workers, and employers reaffirmed the importance of obtaining more and comprehensive, reliable, and international comparable statistics on cooperatives by adopting a resolution concerning further work on statistics of cooperatives. It was really a landmark. The resolution recommended that the ILO, in cooperation with ILO's constituents, interested national statistical offices, and many other relevant stakeholders, carry out further developmental work on the measurement of cooperatives. Leading up to the 20th ICLS in October 2018, the ILO's Statistical Department and also ILO's Cooperative Unit, members of the Committee for the Promotion and Advancement of Cooperatives, COPAC, and the International Center of Research and Information on Public, Social, and Cooperative Economy joined efforts and forces in developing a series of key resources on statistics of cooperatives. During this period, a series of papers were prepared and discussed by the members of the COPAC Technical Working Group on Statistics of Cooperatives. And these papers and discussions around them made a significant contribution toward the drafting of the guidelines concerning statistics of cooperatives, which were presented and discussed on the 20th ICLS. At the 20th ICLS, the guidelines concerning statistics of cooperatives were finally endorsed on the 18th October 2018. The objectives of these guidelines were to facilitate the development of a set of statistics on cooperatives that provide an adequate information base for a wide range of statistics, descriptive, analytical, and purposes related to cooperatives. The guidelines were approved also by the 335th governing body session in March 2019, last year. But it's only the starting point. Now it is necessary to conduct pilot testing of the guidelines in some countries in collaboration with constituents and members of the COPAC Technical Working Group, and of course a lot of methodological insights to assure that we have reliable, harmonized statistics on cooperatives. I hope that this publication that is being launched now will bring together the updated versions of these four papers together with the guidelines concerning statistics of cooperatives, and will help statisticians to capture more information on key trends and challenges in the world of cooperatives, in particularly on the magnitude and characteristics of them. It is also to help national statistical offices and also analytical researchers to have more insights and more guidelines to guide their measurement. I thank all the authors that I know that they were so keen on having all these papers and all the material contained in this publication so seriously done. And really we can see now that we have accomplished this together. And it's, as I told you before, it's only the starting point, and I hope that we are going to have the endorsement and the buy-in of many statistical offices in the world to spread these practices into reality. Thanks very much, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rafael. I hand straight over to Barbara.
Yes, hello. In the name of SIRIAC International, I'm very happy to join this adventure of publication. It was a long way to go, and SIRIAC is also a network of public authorities and policymakers next to scientific researchers. I think that this compilation of research papers under the scientific editorship from Marie Bouchard is very important. We saw earlier that it is a compilation of practical work and ideas for researchers to go further in the typology, employment and work, but also the involvement of cooperative members and also the economic contribution. And so in this COVID time, and here in Belgium, we are particularly faced with this issue, I think it's very important for SIRIAC to go with ILO to work on this and see how to implement this, not only at national statistical offices, but together with public authority and policymakers, because it's also important on a regional level. So we will really try to support you. Thanks very much, and congratulations to ILO for this, and the COOP unit, of course, for this centenary anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara and Rafael. Now we move on to the next publication, which is, I've got my notes all wrong in front of me here. We now turn to the second publication. This is, in fact, a special retrospective issue of the Annals of Public and Cooperative Economics. The annals are in fact even older than ILO and ILO Co-op, as their origins go back to 1908. They are published on behalf of the Edgar Milhau Foundation in collaboration with the International Center of Research and Information on the public, social and cooperative economy, Syriac. Our two colleagues who are going to speak on this will be Simil Esem from the ILO and Bernard Thierry from Syriac International. Simil is the manager of the cooperatives program at the enterprise department of the ILO, and in that capacity she leads the ILO work on cooperatives and the wider social and solidarity economy. Bernard is the Director General of Syriac International since 1990 and also Professor of Economics at the University of Liège. I hand over to you, Simil.
Thank you very much, Vic. So when we started this year to celebrate our centenary, we had very different ideas of what it would be like. We definitely had this symposium in mind, but we also wanted to have an art festival, film festival, a co-op fair around it. But here we are, virtually connecting with you all and trying to make this also the launch of these publications a celebration. It is the annals were always in our minds because we thought since this is a historic year, we need to look at a publication with that kind of historic breadth on cooperative and social and solidarity economy research. We also looked at the International Labor Review, which is turning 100 next year. And we thought we need to also look at what in the world of work research has been the depiction and the manifestation of co-op and social and solidarity economy research. So with our International Labor Review, we ended up with 30 articles, and both the editor and the Wiley publisher, which is also the publisher of the Annals, has agreed to put it online. So those 30 articles are online. With the Annals, Public and Cooperative Economics, it was a much more long and arduous process because everything is on co-op and social economy. So we had the help of two excellent colleagues as co-editors. One is a young French historian, Marieke Lewis, who knows the ILO and his social partners very well. And of course, Marie Bouchard, who does not need introductions. She has been a researcher on co-op and social economy for many years, a Syriac Scientific Committee director. And so when Syriac told us that, our colleagues in Syriac told us Marie would be the co-editor from there, and we were very excited. Marieke and Marie went through so many articles, we went through so many iterations. I think at some point we were down to 176 articles, then went to 41, then went to 20. Anyway, we are down to 12 articles. That I hope and I think reflects the decades of change on the thinking, evolution of thinking, definitions, concepts, issues around management, the developing countries, on these organizational forms. So Wiley has made these 12 articles, final articles available, free access online. And I hope that labor researchers and co-op and social economy researchers, practitioners will benefit from it and use it, and will be excited with it as we are. Thank you. And back.
Thank you, Simil. And I hand straight over to Bernard. The floor is yours.
Voilà, bonjour à toutes et à tous. I have been told to speak in French. I will speak in French if it's possible for everybody. Tout d'abord, je souhaiterais dire combien je suis heureux au nom du Syriac et particulièrement au nom des Annales de l'économie publique, sociale et coopérative, que nous ayons été associés à la célébration du centenaire de l'unité coopérative du BIT. Entre le BIT et le Syriac existe depuis un siècle une collaboration extrêmement fructueuse. Nous sommes en quelque sorte des compagnons de route, pour le développement de la connaissance et la promotion de la coopération en associant les uns et les autres des praticiens et des experts venant des milieux professionnels et des milieux académiques. C'est Ces liens étroits entre le BIT et le CIRIEC existent depuis leur création respective. Pensons à l'action d'Edgar Millot, fondateur des Annales de l'économie publique, sociale et coopérative en 1908, du CIRIEC en 1947 et qui travailla pour le BIT entre 1920 et 1933. Le CIRIEC, sous l'égide de la Commission scientifique sur l'économie sociale et coopérative, présidée par Marie Bouchard, réalise et promeut de nombreux travaux scientifiques qui associent des chercheurs venant des 4 coins du monde. Ils ont permis de mieux cerner les réalités coopératives, ses principes, ses valeurs, ses mutations, ses impacts. Les annales, organes scientifiques, revues scientifiques de grand standing, participent au développement de la connaissance et à sa diffusion. Et ce numéro spécial, virtuel des annales, qui, sous la direction de Marie Bouchard et de Marie Clouy, rassemble 12 articles qui tracent en quelque sorte un siècle de réflexion scientifique, est une belle illustration de la collaboration fructueuse entre le BIT et le CIRIEC. J'exprime le vœu que cette collaboration s'intensifie encore dans les années qui viennent et je vous invite, au nom du CIRIEC, à participer au 75e anniversaire du CIRIEC que nous célébrerons à Valencia, en Espagne, en 2022. Nous sommes plus jeunes que l'unité coopérative, mais nous fêterons les 75 ans dignement en espérant votre présence à tous. Merci beaucoup et encore félicitations.
Thank you very much, Bernard and Samel. We've come to the end of our session now. Let me just switch off the interpretation here. We've come to the end of today's session, the final session on the first day. And I'm not sure if there's any questions that have come through while the speakers have been speaking. We might be able to take one question. I see there's one that talks about the translation of the publications into French and Spanish. Who's going to answer that one? Samel?
It's probably on the statistics publication.
Yes, on the statistics publication, yes.
So we could, of course, discuss with our colleagues in CIRIEC whether there is interest and demand for it and how we could organize around it. Something we can follow up with Barbara, Bernard, and Marie.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'm not sure if there's any more questions. I don't think so, but it is late in the day. And so I don't want to belabor the time. I think let's thank first of all the interpreters for the work done today. It's always a challenging task. When I've participated in the ILO meetings, I've always been told I speak far too fast. So I hope for the interpreters that I haven't spoken too fast. And thank you very much for the great work that you do behind the scenes. Thank you to all those who organized the first day of this great celebration of 100 years. I won't be around for the next 100-year celebration, but I'm sure my grandchildren will be there, and I hope they will reflect on a day like today. But we have an exciting day for tomorrow, and we hope that you can all join us. We look forward to you signing in tomorrow. I know that for those who are in Vancouver, you've told us a little bit early in the morning for you. But we trust that you'll have a good night's rest and maybe you can get up early to join us. But we look forward to all of you and newcomers joining us tomorrow morning. So thank you to all, either good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. And thank you for your joining us on this special day. And goodbye.